A very good morning and welcome to the LTA National Tennis Centre here in Roehampton in southwest London, which is now a sunny southwest London. Moments ago, covered in cloud. We're into day 2 of the LTA British Tour, the return to elite competition. This is week 4 of the event. And we've been treated to some really terrific tennis over the weeks, both men's and women's. In your picture there is Holly Staff. This is the quarterfinal stage. We got underway yesterday. And she today is up against Emilia Radzecki for a place in the semi-finals. I'm Rob Curling, alongside me, Abigail Johnson. Abigail, very good morning. Excited about today?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've got some great potential matches lined up on centre court, and these two particularly, you know, both still in their teens and know each other's games really well, so that could make for a close contest out here.
Yes, indeed. This is Emilia Radzecki in our shot now. We've been having discussions about how we should pronounce this. I would always have said Radzecki, and you have actually been talking to her about it, haven't you?
Yeah, we were having a little discussion last night, and her friends who were with her also said, we've always called you Emilia Radzecki. And she said, well, the proper pronunciation is something along the lines of Radzecki, I think.
Oh, right, okay.
But I've always known her as Emilia Radzecki, so I think maybe we go with that. I think that's the most common one, and she said that she honestly really doesn't care.
No, but players always say that, don't they? You go and ask a player, how do you pronounce your name? So, and they always say, well, I don't mind, and you'll pronounce it wrongly anyway, which is a bit of a shame. Yeah. Holly Staff is easier.
Yeah, a little more straightforward. I think we can work with that one.
Absolutely. Just 17 years old. We've just had a lovely chat with Holly, actually, just to find out a little bit more about her, from Manchester. And she tells us she plays the power game. She's waiting to head out to university in Nashville, Tennessee. She's ranked just outside the top 1,000 in singles. Oh, she said she plays a power game, and she said her favourite shot's the backhand. I think we've just seen that, haven't we?
Yeah, I think she was known growing up. She was one of the well-known juniors, and the younger girls that played her growing up, I think they said that she was the big hitter. She was, I think she was quite tall for her age back then, and had some really clean shots. So I guess that's something that she'll be hoping to use out here today.
Yeah, because she's quite a slight build, isn't she? But she packs a punch.
Yeah, it's as much about timing as anything. You know, you can do however much training in the gym, but if you've not got the right timing on the ball, you know, you're not going to get that pace on it. So it's really important that she's feeling the ball well, and she said that she was feeling nice and fresh this morning, so hopefully ready for this match.
Yeah, after a long match yesterday.
Oh, really long one, yeah. Taking out the number 4 seed. It was really close, 7-5, 7-6, I think that was. 11-9 in the tie break. So, yeah, she really put in a day's work there.
She did indeed. She's going to have a tough opponent today in Emilia Radzecki. However, we're going to pronounce. That's what we're going with, isn't it? Emilia or Emilia Radzecki.
Emilia Radzecki, Emilia Radzecki, either or.
She's 18 years old, from Nottingham, and coached by Mark Taylor. I was just having a chat with Mark, actually trying to find out all sorts of things about Emilia and her tennis, but he just wanted to talk about his golf.
Yeah, golf is the popular thing at the moment. You were having a little chat about golf yesterday, Rob. It's everyone's favourite thing by the looks of it.
I can't play it.
No.
I'm just hopeless.
I've never attempted it, so.
Give it a go. You might have the mentality for it. It's just, it drives you. If you think tennis drives you mad mentally, golf is the worst of all, I think.
Oh dear.
But she came through Emilia against Indiana Spink yesterday, 6-1, 6-4, so a slightly more comfortable win for her than for her opponent today, Holly Staff. Mark was saying that she really is a power player, and I mean, she certainly has the build for power, doesn't she? Oh
yeah, that forehand is the shot you've got to look out for. I think she gets a really heavy spin on it, and I think it's something she'll be looking to utilise. She did play the event at St George's Hill last week, and that's an intense event. You have to compete every day, and having played the 2 British Tour events here the weeks previously, I think she's starting to feel it a bit, so she'll be trying to end those points a little bit more quickly, I would say.
So if these two are real power players, are we expecting just a lot of big hitting baseline rallies? Is that what we're in for this morning?
I think so. I mean, obviously they'll both want to try and close in as well to finish points off, because Radzecki particularly, I think, will be looking to try and finish a bit more quickly. She did have a straight sets win yesterday, but she was getting run around a bit in that second set and definitely wasn't enjoying that, so she'll want to avoid that as much as possible out here.
She's about to head off to university as well. the North Carolina.
So many players here opting for the American college tennis route.
It's incredible. I mean, just outline the advantages of doing that. What is the big appeal about that?
I think the huge thing is, you know, when you head out there, most players are still in their teens. You know, they're so young, probably not really sure whether they're ready for the mental and physical demands of the tour. I mean, when you go straight to the ITF circuit, it's grueling, it's demanding, it can have an effect on you, and you just want to make sure that you're in the best place maturity-wise, physically, to go into that. But also, obviously, there's the education side of things, and you're in a really competitive, high-quality environment where you're also getting decent studies in, where you're coming away with a degree, which I think players really value, because tennis is uncertain. You never know when you're going to pick up an injury, when there's going to be an issue that potentially sidelines you from the game. And it just, I think, covers you on all bases, and I'm not surprised to see so many young players heading down that route at the moment.
Yes, indeed. It also means that, in fact, a lot of them won't have met each other before. You kind of think almost certainly, being all British, that they would have seen each other play. But Grace Piper and Victoria Allen, for example, never played each other before. They'll be up next after this. We've got Henry Patton and Aidan McHugh, the third match on, followed by Lloyd Glasspool and Vijay Sundar Prasanth as our fourth match here on centre. Also matches going on elsewhere on court one. Lily Miyazaki, the #1 seed, takes on Anali Olivel. Catherine Barnes is up against Emma Wilson. In the men, Sean Hodkin takes on Barnaby Smith, and Charles Broome up against Daniel Little. And we'll try to keep you in touch with how those matches are progressing throughout the day as well. So we have got a little bit of brightness. We were slightly disappointed when we arrived here and found that the whole place was enveloped in cloud. But we've got a bit of sunshine, and it's quite muggy actually today here, isn't it?
Yeah, I will actually take the heat though, you know, over anything else. We've had so much rain recently, it feels like that. And I think the players will probably take this as well, you know, as long as they've got dry conditions and can stay outside, I think they can handle it. And earlier in the day as well, it's not so bad. I think maybe these two will be happy to be first on, get it out of the way.
Yeah, indeed. And the other point as well, which in fact Holly was mentioning while she was talking to us, was the problems of the wind, because it has been really blustery here.
Yeah, it's National Tennis Centre is like its own snow globe. If you shake it and the wind goes. Yeah, it's got its own little supply of breezes here, so something to think about.
Something else to think about is the quality of serving today. I didn't see either of these players in action yesterday, but we got slightly tetchy with, well, I did, with the number of double faults. So we're going to come down hard on any double faults, but here's Rajecki to get us underway.
It's interesting, I don't know if you heard the umpire, Jacob Miles, in the chair, but Holly Staff chose to receive, so looking for an early breakthrough here.
Wow, that's a super rally so early on in the match, just the second point. Really nice hitting.
Well, we're looking at two players here who've played a lot over the past couple of weeks, whether it's been here or over at St George's Hill, so they're definitely match fit.
Oh. Backhand from Holly Staff just crept over the net.
Very low, but also right in the middle of the court, so Rajecki actually quite easily got on top of that one. The slice is something that could be used to pull Rajecki around, not give her much of a rhythm and make her move, but she has to make sure that she uses it in the right places, or Rajecki is just going to finish that point.
So Rajecki gets things underway then. Very comfortable opening service game for her. Do you glean anything from the early stages of this match?
Nothing that I didn't know already. I think we knew what to expect from these two. They're both of them wanting to hit big. Rajecki particularly wanting to keep the points short, and it's quite refreshing to see her come out so focused, because I think quite a bit here we've seen players have to take a little bit of time to just find their range and warm their serve up, but dominant love hold to open, so credit to her.
Let's see how Holly Staff can respond in her first service game. well. Early days.
Very much so. And like I said a minute ago, it is a bit difficult to find your range early on that serve. But after the manner in which Hrujeki held, I think she's made a bit of a statement and shown Staff that she's not really going to hang around and wait for her to find her range out here.
It was a missed ball toss, wasn't there? And just one of a little bit of nerves maybe early on in the match for Holly Staff.
I think as much as possible she wants to try and avoid that Hrujeki forehand, which is really the finishing shot. But if it's a nice wide serve like that that gets her off the court, then that's worth going for.
Bit more on those serves there from Holly Staff, so hopefully just warming into it.
Clear intentions though from Hrujeki. That was one heck of a return. Really swift.
Going wide from Hrujeki, but the shape of these shots quite different from each player, aren't they?
Yeah, I think that's the kind of thing that's going to test Hrujeki, because I do think she is, from what I've seen, the heavier hitter out here. And Staff is going to, I think, throw a lot of potentially higher, maybe slower balls at her just to keep her rallying. And it's really going to test her consistency.
Well, you can see what she was trying to do. Just sense just a slightly nervy start for Holly.
Yeah, and I think, you know, Hrujeki was already on her way over to that side of the court. Maybe that put her off a bit as she lined up to hit the 1-2 forehand. But yeah, it's a shame for her because Hrujekie's come out, I think, really on the ball, and you know, she didn't want to give her this early lead, but still a way to go in this set, so she can get her teeth straight back into this. All to play for.
Ooh, really liking that inside-out forehand of Hrujeki.
Yeah, absolutely. It was the perfect setup for that final backhand, and I think we're seeing a lot of the players here at the British Tour. Their backhand is quite a bit flatter than their forehand, which makes it a great finishing shot because it just kind of skids across, and if it's hit away from their opponent, it's really difficult for them to then get underneath it, and if they even get their racket on it, they're forced to play a defensive shot.
Why would the backhand be a flatter shot? Is it because it's a stiffer arm?
With the forehand, I feel like it's a lot easier to put the topspin on it, just because for a lot of people, you know, the forehand is the dominant side and there's that little bit more control. The backhand, you know, it's the two-hander, which I think holds it a little bit flatter anyway, and you've got to do a lot of work. If you're a right-hander, you've got to do a lot of work with that left hand to actually brush up the back of the ball. It's just the more natural shot, I think, is the flatter backhand, and you've got to think about it a bit more to apply the topspin. Different grip.
It's a really nice service action too from Rzhecki.
Yeah, looking really solid out here in these early stages.
I say this every day, of course. There are no ball kids. If you're just wondering, if you're only just watching for the first time, why the players having to collect the balls, just to keep things as clear of people as possible in relationship to COVID-19 regulations. No line judges either. So in this particular competition, it's not the players who are calling the line; it's the umpire. It's a tough job for them up there, particularly to see the far lines.
30-40.
You can see there a couple of unforced errors kind of out of the blue from Rzhecki,
Yeah.
and she's not the kind of player to hold her emotions back all the time. I think, you know, if things don't go her way here, she lets you know that she's frustrated, I think.
Whoa. Well, that's the way you respond to that.
Exactly, great way to channel the emotions.
We said this a lot yesterday, didn't we, Abigail, that if you've got the serve as a weapon, and not all these players do have, but Rzhecki certainly does, you can then use that to get yourself out of jail and follow up with a pretty blistering second shot. Ooh. Well, well done, Holly Starr, for staying in that one. In that far corner as well, a little bit difficult, the ball going in and out of the shade.
Yeah, Rzhecki did well to recover middle of that rally when I think the ball dropped earlier than she expected. But you see, Stafford got her on the run, and once she's stretched out, you know, and she's not in position to strike the forehand like she did on the previous point, that's when it's difficult for her. Well, she really went for that.
She really did. She's rather gifted her opponent in the game there, but great for Holly Starr to get on the scoreboard early on in this set, and that will hopefully just give her a little boost.
Yeah, I would think so. She did the right things in that rally prior to the double fault, you know, and I think she'll have worked out a few things from that, you know, stretch Rzhecki out, and you know, previously perfect 1-2 punch from Rzhecki on the point before that, but that's what she can do when she's lined up, when she's perfectly balanced and in position. And the whole key is pretty straightforward for Staff. Stretch her out, unbalance her, and don't let her get into those positions where the ball is on her racket. It does mean, though, that on the return game she'll be a little bit reliant maybe on the second serves, and because we've seen that Rzhecki's first delivery is so strong, and if she can land that, then she's going to be really difficult to see off today.
Yes, looks like it's going to be quite a tough task this for Holly Starr, who's now going to serve, hopefully with a little more confidence, a little more settled now. Struggled a little bit in that opening service game. Ball toss not always going quite right. So here she is serving at 1-2. Yeah, we've got to stop these pretty soon, I think, Holly.
The wind actually was just picking up at
Yeah.
that moment.
Oh, it's a nice idea to go back behind her opponent, but didn't come off.
It was really good from Rojecki. That ball came over so low. I almost don't know how she got it that flat and still managed to drop it over the net. It was a really good shot into the body of Staff as well, taking the angle away.
Well, this is another thing we've been talking about. Get a good angle on the serve. If your opponent's equal to it, they'll get an even better angle on the return, which is exactly what happened there.
Exactly, they can completely turn the tables if they're in position. And impressive reset from Rojecki, helped probably by that first double fault that has really got straight back to business here.
3 break points. So these British Tour events, which have been staged by the LTA for the past few weeks, terrific opportunity for players to get back into competitive tennis and earn some prize money, which is hugely welcome in these tricky times.
30-40.
Not sure why Rojecki struggled to get that back.
It's the backhand again, she didn't quite have enough lift on it, not as much as she would have had on the forehand wing.
Really struggling with the serve here, Staff. Just a stray ball, making sure it's not in a place of danger where she might twist her ankle if she were to get her foot on top of it on a run. Second serve. Oh, well.
Even these second serves are drifting dangerously close to the service line.
Yeah.
This is where, you know, Rojecki has to stay in the moment, because at love 40, you can understand why she went for that big forehand return down the line, because she had a bit of breathing room, but now that's something that she'll probably look back at and regret, because she could have put it in play and it's still been in a dominant position in the rally. So very important to just focus on the moment at hand.
How many chances does she want? Well done, Holly Staff, for staying in that rally and coming out with a point.
Yeah, she did fantastically well there, just not quite the depth of shot. Rojecki kind of chopping those backhand volleys into play, and Staff really light on her toes, really great defensively there.
So Staff with the chance to hold here and level this first set at 2-all. Well done, Staff. Draws level. It's interesting. I appreciate she won the point. She's gone behind her opponent every time on that cross-court backhand. When I thought, my feeling was that maybe the down the line might have been a better shot.
Yeah, I mean, what she's been doing though has worked for her. I think she's just, you know, getting a lot of balls back in play, making Rojecki play the points out and making a think.
I feel there's a danger that she could be blasted off the court though by the power of Rojecki.
I think there is that possibility. You know, in her younger days, I think Staff was known for being quite a big hitter, but there are bigger hitters now, I think, such as Rojecki, you know, hits a much heavier forehand, and that forces her almost into different styles of play.
It's not a super serve. I do like the Rajecki serve, I must say. I think it's very solid. I think it's a lovely, easy style. Oh, well, you could all see what she was trying to do.
Yeah, there's not much margin for error when you try and slice that backhand down the high part of the net. It's a tricky shot. That's a super rally, and Staff trying to take the pace off that rally at one stage. Yeah, it was a really good exchange. I think Staff did pretty well, to be fair, because Rajecki was driving those balls deep. There was one pretty much hung off the back of the baseline, and Staff had the timing to stay with, but Rajecki really flung her momentum on the run into that final cross-court shot and did the damage.
Oh, well, there was I oohing and eyeing at that wonderful return from Staff, but Rajecki pounding that winner.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's all very well, we've said before, you know, hitting a swift return, but that actually came back into a nice spot for Rajecki, and it was kind of on the racket to put the final ball away. So when you apply that pace, you've got to be careful, because if it's not placed correctly, then your opponent's going to be all over it and actually kind of turning the tables and throwing it back at you.
Rajecki's tennis career started at the age of 3 when she was playing Tots tennis in Nottingham, which is where our tournament director Richard Joyner hails from. And so he was aware of her then. She was just playing as a young kid might play, not with any ambitions to be a professional player, but you know, that's how we all start, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know why I'm including myself in that.
Yeah. First time I saw Rajecki actually properly, I cross-paths with her a couple of times at ITF events, but last summer in August there was the Junior National Championships, which is the biggest junior event in the UK. Some big former champions, Kyle Edmonds, Naomi Brody, Harriet Dart, Heather Watson, and Millie was playing there last year, and she came runner-up in the 18 and unders event, which was at Nottingham Tennis Centre, so she was playing on a home court, it's nice and comfortable. But Holly Staff, the year before, 2018, won both the 16 and under and 18 and under singles event at the same time.
That's hugely impressive.
Amazing.
Oh, super shot. Absolutely judged to perfection.
Really slick on that backhand. Helped a bit by that net cord, you know, gave her a bit of time to line up. Staff was forced to play the slice to get back into play.
see those flags on the left of the shot there, swinging in the breeze, and ball toss from Holly has been troubled a little bit. Could well be the breeze that's affecting that, I think.
Keeping those cross-court backhands nice and flat, Staff, and Rzhecki not able to get enough lift and topspin on her own response. This will settle us into a nice little rhythm if she can get the hold on the board here. Even things up a bit.
Shame for Staff. She could have worked her way into that rally. She could have put herself into a pretty good position. Still with a chance to hold, though. Nice serve.
Whips it in.
Yeah, bit of pace on that. Good direction. And she's leveled things up. So it's a tighter scoreline than I feel the way the game is actually going.
Yeah, I felt that, you know, Rzhecki came out and was pretty dominant, dictating, and she had her chances in that game, but Staff brought the goods when she needed to. It's all about those key points.
Oh dear, we've seen that a couple of times from Rzhecki, where she's really been in a dominant position and has let her opponent off the hook, and a couple of times, and losing the point there.
Yeah, I was just thinking actually about how, you know, Staff was down a break and she's been coming back, and each time Rzhecki's been responding and regrouping, but there, you know, there was a sign that she is feeling the pressure. You know, that should have been a put away.
Oh, that's such a shame. Agonizing for a player when you do that. She, I think, saw the dollar signs, didn't she, and was going for the big winner.
Yeah, it's difficult sometimes when it's on your racket and it looks like an easy put away. You have to be so well balanced in that forecourt for the drives as well. Thought that was a really smart shot from Rzhecki, just drifting it over and keeping it with a short angle so that Staff was bent out of position, pulled low.
much, but still long. She does strike that ball beautifully, doesn't she, Rajecki? It's a lovely swing.
Yeah, it looks really solid, really trustworthy. Yeah, that forehand's definitely her more reliable wing. Once again, that's what she's got to make her do with it. Drag her off to the side. Just means that she's out of position and not able to put as much lift on it as she would like. She has to play a more defensive shot with it.
She had a lot of time to think about that one. Isn't always beneficial.
Not always, no. I think all in all today, you know, she's had one or two that she would like to take back, but I think she's coped pretty well. You know, the drive that she has on the ball often forces Staff to drift some of her shots back a bit, which means that her timing really has to be on point, and that was a good biting finish to the game. She should take some positive confidence from that.
You see, this is the return to elite competition. This is the final tournament of an initial 4-week swing of LTA British Tour events, all taking place here at the NTC. And yesterday the LT confirmed that there will be a further 3 Tier 1 British Tour men's and women's events taking place here between the 21st of August and the 6th of September, all offering equal prize money between the men and the women, as they are with these events. There's prize money available from first round onwards, and you can't stress the value of that to these players who've been out of action for so long.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a massive boost for them. This is their job at the end of the day, and as so many others have struggled when coronavirus hit, they essentially lost their jobs for a while. The training and stuff that they could focus on, that they weren't getting paid for that kind of thing. And you know, a lot of these players like, you know, Millie and Holly here are very much on their way up, and this kind of thing is so beneficial for them.
It's a great opportunity for us as well to see some of the young up-and-coming British talent. It's also a terrific facility here, isn't it, at the NTC? 20 courts, I think. We've got 4 paddle courts, all the Grand Slam surfaces here.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I know Kyle Edmund was here training on the clay last week, which must have felt strange at this time of year, when it's usually just ended the grass court season.
Yeah, it's interesting that, because I spoke to him a couple of weeks ago here, and he was preparing for Washington, which would have been on hard, and of course that was cancelled just a couple of days ago. So I suppose most people will now be thinking about the clay, because the French Open will be coming up in September. It's a really mixed up old calendar at the moment. There's still a lot of uncertainty about the American swing.
Yeah, so much. It's difficult for the players to know what to prepare for at the moment, which is why events like this are so good, just to get that match practice in.
Yeah, and a focus for their training too.
Oh, absolutely. It's so difficult when you don't have that end goal. I think a lot of players really struggled in the early weeks before events like this were put onto the calendar.
Well played. Would have liked to have just seen a little more conviction, I think, with that approach shot from Holly Staff. Still won the point.
Yeah, I think she did well, to be fair. You know, Rajecki was keeping those slices low, and she had good balance and good control over the balls. And yeah, it was the right decision to come forward, and she was ready for if anything came back.
So 3 points here for a hold to level at 4-all for Holly Staff. Good opportunity for her.
As you were saying?
Well, she has 2 more.
Yeah, of course. It's that side particularly, I think, that she struggled with.
Yeah. I mean, there's no sun in her eyes down there, I don't think. Well played.
4 games all. First set.
4 games all, so by no means is Rajecki running away with this one. It's just the sense is that she's got it totally under control, but the scoreboard would tell us otherwise.
This is where it gets interesting, you know, because she has played well enough to be holding the lead, but which points has she produced on? And if it keeps going like this and Staff keeps hanging so tough, that's when it could get really frustrating for her, and we could maybe see her getting a bit tight and a little bit agitated. So really important game for her to get on the board here.
Out, 15 love.
Really good depth and angle on that serve from Rajecki as the sun comes out once more. I think tomorrow, questionable weather conditions, it could rain, in which case we just take it the tournament inside. It's that simple.
If only it was everywhere, hey?
I know not many tournaments you can do that. We did this, well, it was the second week, wasn't it? Week 2, day 1, we went inside for the last 2 matches of the day because of the rain.
It was actually Amelia Rajecki's home tournament last year, the Nature Valley Open in Nottingham, that should have been an outdoor grass court event. Rain every single day for 5 days, and then on the 3rd day they had to take it indoors because otherwise the tournament wouldn't have been completed.
Can't believe that would happen in a British summer.
Oh, I felt so bad for them. Nottingham is a fantastic event. You know, the players love it, beginning of the grass court season, and everyone works so hard. They were put in such a difficult situation, and they handled it as best they could.
Oh, terrific serve, terrific return. Not such a good follow-up shot from Rajecki, though.
Once again, you know, that backhand down the line, not the easiest shot. Had a lot of time to think about it as well. I think she'd have been seething if that one found the baseline.
Well, a couple of them have
Yeah.
from the slight mishits which have come back from Holly Staff. Not on that occasion. Well, that's a break point for Staff here.
Again, it was another looping return that just caught the line. And I thought Rajecki did well to get that one back in. I thought that was her finished when the return got in, but Staff really composed to finish that point off.
was a super shot on the run from Rajecki.
Yeah, it was really good. You know, so often she's struggled when she's been forced out wide, but right when she needed to there, probably the most crucial point of the match, she came up with the goods. And I thought Staff had done really well. She crafted that point well, short return, pulling Rajecki around, but it is the power of Emilia Rajecki that wins the day.
Oh, my word. Well played. That is wonderful stuff from both players, I have to say. I think we saw two impossible angles here.
Yeah, so creative, and the touch she had there. Also, you could see Rajecki running the other way. I think she was she thought it was dropping the other side.
Yeah. Oh, well played, Holly Staff. So she has another break point for 5-4. Oh my word.
Oh dear.
That I did not expect.
But it's telling. You know, she has been playing tennis that could have got her up on the scoreboard. She was up on the scoreboard at 2-love. She had the early break. And what Holly Staff has done really well is just hung on, made her play the balls and waited for her opportunity. And I think you've really got to give her credit there, because she was so creative during that game, the way that she crafted the points and made Rajecki think, made her run. And I think Rajecki, you know, that double fault was a sign that she really was feeling it in that game.
I'm really perplexed by what I'm seeing and what I'm reading on the scoreboard.
The thing here is that, you know, Rajecki is, we can see, you know, the most powerful player off the ground, but you've got to find your marks, you know, and someone like Staff, I think she's worked out, I'm not going to out-hit Emilia Rajecki, so I've got to outcraft her instead, I've got to outfox her, outthink her, and that's something that we saw coming to the fore in that previous game, exactly the moment for it. And now, though, she's not had the easiest time on serve.
No.
She's had a little bit of trouble with those double faults, so Rajecki will be looking to attack these returns and hopefully keep her emotions in check.
Yeah, she might be feeling a little tighter still, Holly, here, knowing that she is serving here for the opening set. Good wide first serve from Holly Staff.
Very decent start.
Yeah. Oh, wind is gusting again. Cruel. Oh.
Yeah, that was very close.
Oh, that's a shame.
15 all.
I did ask her about her serve, didn't I, when she was in here?
Yeah, and she mentioned the winds, you know,
Yeah, she
the
did.
conditions and how difficult it is.
Yeah. Oh, that's great play. Really asserting herself on that point, Rajecki.
Yeah, fantastic. You can see the confidence she has in her forehand and her ability to control it even from inside the baseline, because with that first deep forehand there was the opportunity to approach the net, but she made the decision to stay back and it paid off. Great balance and rotation.
Oh, yeah, very flat backhand again from Rajecki, which is what you keep pointing out, Abigail. There it was again.
Yeah, difficult to control, and with the way that Rajecki's picked up her pace at the back of the court, she would have felt the pressure to nail that shot down the line. Didn't have the control over it.
So 2 break points. Sorry, no, that's completely wrong. No, it's completely right. 2 break points.
30-40.
Such a great opportunity this for Staff. if she were to hold here, take the opening set. But she's up against it a bit here on her serve, as we've seen quite a few times here in this opening set. Oh, that was a curious old rally, wasn't it? Sort of started very, very slowly with the ball being moonballed, and then it just gradually picked up pace.
Well, I think, you know, the second serve came in short, and once again, the drop on it caught Rzhecki off guard. I think she pretty much hooked the return in. She wasn't expecting it to drop when it did. But she'll be annoyed with herself there, because that last forehand was very much on her racket, and she should have got that in play for sure.
So Staff has set point. Not something necessarily sensed earlier on in this set. Oh. Well, that is a terrific set for Holly Staff, because I felt she was very much the underdog in this match, and was coming from behind for most of it. But she's seen her opponent off and taken a one-set lead here. Yeah,
you've got to give her credit for her composure. You know, even when she was down on the scoreboard, she got her head down. She was really focused. She had a few pretty bad double faults in there that she didn't let her throw her off her rhythm. You know, she just kept getting back to work. She worked through her options throughout the set, and we've said already, you know, Rzhecki the bigger hitter, but she couldn't win the key points, and that's what it comes down to, peaking in those big moments. And Staff, with her calm approach to the match, made sure that she was ready, and I think it's pretty obvious that these two know each other's games well, and that this is a game style that Staff was expecting and was ready for.
Yeah, first serve points won there. Holly Staff with a far better record there. 4 double faults apiece, slightly more than we'd want to see.
Yes, indeed. It's one of those
I'm
things.
like a stat record, aren't I? I apologise.
Yeah, but they keep coming, you know, so you've got to mention it. You know, I keep saying the same thing, the conditions do have an effect, but with that serve, it's so important to focus on it as if it's the only shot you're going to hit, because if there's no serve in play, there's no rally. So you've got to give it your complete attention and not try and think too far ahead.
So Rzhecki getting the second set underway. And just a reminder that should she take this second set, we then go to a 10-point match tiebreak. And the match tiebreak really gives this form of the game a very different complexion, doesn't it, Abigail?
Yeah, absolutely. Rzhecki now, you know, she's lost a disappointing first set for her, but she isn't looking at having to win 2 more full sets to come back. If she wins this one, it's a 10-point match tiebreak, which changes the whole complexion of things.
15-0.
Well, that slice only just caught the baseline. I think Staff was a bit unsure whether it even had, but no protests.
Well, you're not going to get an overall, are you?
Exactly. it's not worth wasting the time.
No. We did see yesterday, it did fire up a couple of players.
Oh. 15-30.
Oh, good play.
Great reactive instincts from Rzhecki. She wasn't really quite balanced for that volley, but just stuck her racket out. And it was well played here because it was going to be difficult to hit a full-off forehand from that position, but just got the angle she wanted on it.
Very nearly paid off, though, for Holly Staff going down that backhand side of Rzhecki, who only just managed to get her racket onto it. She takes the point, 30 all. She likes that inside-out forehand on the run, doesn't she, Rzhecki? It's a great shot from her.
Yeah, absolutely. That's more of what we were seeing early in the first set that allowed her to set a steady rhythm. Such a key game to come through there from Rzhecki, who had herself in a little hole when she double faulted for 15-30. So big boost for her to get up on the scoreboard.
These stands you see at the sides of the courts are actually being set up for next week's event. It's another Jamie Murray trademark event. It's the Battle of the Brits team tennis. So I think we've got singles, doubles and mixed doubles.
Yeah, we're going right across the board with Battle of the Brits. It's going to be a unique event, really interesting one. We had obviously the Battle of the Brits a few weeks ago, which was the men's 8-player singles draw, and had a round-robin format. But you know, two really strong teams of players to take on Battle of the Brits, and a good mix of senior players that are well known from the likes of Wimbledon, and then up-and-coming players that we've seen at British Tour who are in some really good shapes and forms. So it'll be a great week of tennis for sure.
That'll be superb. And covered across the BBC, as is this. So, Staff to serve. Love one, but taking that first set. Ooh, bad luck. That was a great wide serve, but also a super return from Rzhecki.
Yeah, slim margins there, and you know, if she is going to go toe-to-toe from the baseline, she has to go for those slim margins, because otherwise Rzhecki's going to step up and, you know, get herself on the front foot.
She did well there, Staff.
15-all.
Yes, this Battle of the Brits team tennis. We'll go through the lineup. So the two teams is the Union Jacks and the British Bulldogs. The Union Jacks are captained by Judy Murray and Greg Rosetsky. That's quite a lineup in itself.
Yeah, even more interesting the fact that both Murray brothers are on that team, I think, under the captaincy of their mother. So that could get interesting.
Rather floated that one back, Holly Staff, setting it up nicely for Rzhecki to put the forehand away.
Yeah, back to drilling that forehand now. Rzhecki so easy with the side steps round to get on top of that one. Great positioning.
She really is going for the margins, isn't she, Holly
Yeah,
Staff?
particularly on that side of the court, she's floating those second serves really close to the service line, and I think that makes it quite tough for Jackie because she's not really sure where to stand, where to prepare, but handled that well.
Oh, and gone too far again. Yeah, Holly Staff, you feel rather handed that to her opponent.
That's a shame because I thought at the back end of that previous set she'd really found what was working, and then in that game seemed to steer completely away from it. You know, she was trying to go for too much and ending the rallies early when previously she'd been extending them and making Rajecki play. So, but you know, she was 2-love down at the beginning of the first set and came back, so she should draw some confidence from that at the moment and look to dig straight back in here.
Oh, super second serve. I think that took everyone by surprise a bit going down the tee there.
Maybe she's in the mood to just go for it now, you know, 2-love up, got a little bit of room, why not?
I think that's a 6th double fault from Rajecki.
Oh, you're keeping count today, Rob.
I just remembered that there were 4 in the first set. I think she served 2 in this one. Occasionally, Staff just seems to play a shot with so much, or a rally with so much freedom and confidence. I think, and again, that almost I think maybe takes Rajecki by surprise. Ooh, not by much.
What worked for her in the previous rally was she was just hitting long and deep up the middle of the court, and that meant that Rajecki didn't have an angle, and she seemed to struggle with that. But the moment it went from side to side again in that rally, and Rajecki did have the angle, it was Staff that came out on the losing end. So maybe that's something she should cotton onto and try and take those angles away from Rajecki with pace and depth. She can get a racket on the ball, of course.
Yes.
Some potent first serves from Millie Rajecki.
First ace of the match, I think.
I think this is a really important game for Rajecki after what happened in the first set when she looked pretty dominant, had the early leads, and just for her mentality and to settle her and make her feel secure.
Super serve. It's just not consistent enough, is it?
No, I mean, when it's in and it's the big first serve, it's great, and it's getting her a lot of cheap points out here. But it's not always turned up when she needs it. You know, it was when she was 4-all in the previous set, she double faulted to hand it over. So it's all about when it turns up.
There we go.
Yeah, kind of what we were talking about right there.
kind of her to illustrate it. But yeah, very frustrating for Radzecki.
Probably just a little bit anxious to get out of this game because Staff's putting the pressure on and she's not really helping herself at times.
See, there we go. Very comfortable from that right-hand court, serving wide, and it's been very effective.
Yeah, when she can get that swing on it, it's really difficult for the opponent because they're stretched right out, taken off the court.
So a point for 3-love if she does hold here, Radzecki. She's well on her way in the second set. Oh, the drive volley. Never as easy as it looks, is it?
Yeah, she took that one quite high. Was going for a really low margin shot.
She's throwing this one away.
Yeah, it's not helped her. I think on the previous, the drive forehand that she missed, I think she would have done better to close and take it more as a volley. It would have put a lot less pressure on her, and with the height on it as well, so much easier to punch it into court than drive it in. A decision she might regret now.
Break point. Oh!
Wow. Wow.
Terrific defense from Staff, but what an opportunity missed.
Yeah, that would have been ridiculously good. The balls were flying from Radzecki's racket, and just the way she was able to chop that slice forehand back into play, drifted it over, and seemed to have all the control. You can understand her reaction because that was her point in the bag, pretty much. I think they're even now in this game.
Yes.
Both had their couple of points like that.
Oh, what a serve.
That's what she's been looking for. You could tell from the reaction that she dug deep for that one.
And she had to. She faced break point there. There's a big gap, big difference between 2-1 and 3-love. And Staff has got her work cut out here. If it does go to a match tiebreak, as Abigail was saying, it's a very different complexion from forcing a third and deciding set.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think at this point, you know, Radzecki will probably be glad that it's a 10-point match tiebreaker. I don't think she wants to give Staff too much time out here to get her teeth into things. And also, you know, I think she probably is feeling it a bit still from the last few weeks. You know, she's played 2 weeks of British Tour, full week last week at St. George's Hill. Might just be feeling it a bit in the effects of so much tennis, maybe in her legs. So wants to keep this one as short as possible. Was not ideal for her to drop that first set.
I haven't forgotten that I'd promised to give you the rundown of the Union Jacks team.
Oh, go on.
And the British Bulldogs. Do you think we've got time before they get going? Shall I go whiz through? Dan Evans, Andy Murray, Jan Chowinski, Ryan Peniston, Anton Matusevic, Jamie Murray, Lloyd Glasspool, who we'll see in action later on today here. I'll break there. We've got some more players to add to that team. Staff serves at love 3. Continuing on, Heather Watson, Katie Bolter, Jodie Burridge, who's on a terrific run of form, Naomi Brodie, Alicia Barnett and Olivia Nichols, who are the winners of the doubles in the Progress Tour Women's Championship last week.
That's a seriously
It's a
strong
formidable
team,
isn't it?
wrong footer.
Great wrong footer, but we've seen a few times in this match where Rajecki has come into the net and should really have been more dominant.
Yeah, I don't think she's particularly comfortable. I don't think she'd call herself a net player. Much more comfortable driving those forehands from the baseline. And there are situations in the rally where it just makes sense to come forward as opposed to I actually want to come and play in the forecourt. And yeah, she's got to, I guess, try and become more comfortable there. But it's not every player's cup of tea.
Bring you the British Bulldogs team in a minute. We'll be taking on the Union Jacks in the Battle of the Brits team tennis event next week.
What you love?
Little impatient on that one, Rajecki.
Probably a little frustrated from the previous point.
Yes. So, Staff gets on the scoreboard then in this second set. She took that first set 6-4. So, British Bulldogs captained by Fed Cup captain Anne Kearthevong, Davis Cup captain Leon Smith.
What a duo.
What a duo. So I'll leave you just to mull over that for a moment before I bring you the team. It's pretty decent as well. Rajecki serving 3-1. Here goes Kyle Edmund, Cameron Norrie, Liam Brody, Aidan McHugh, also in action here today. Alistair Gray, huge serve Alistair Gray has. Joe Salisbury, the star doubles player, Grand Slam champion. Dom Inglot, who's been playing doubles with Joe. Johanna Konta, I'm breaking there. And she's due to go and play the Palermo Open, I think, at the beginning of August. Konta on the clay.
Yeah, that's very nearby. Palermo coming up fast.
Okay, I'll quickly whiz through the others here. Harriet Dart, who was out injured for a couple of weeks, but she's back. Emma Raducanu, great hope for the future. Break. Oh, a little wild from Rajecki. Just getting a bit loose again. Yeah, Emma Raducanu, just 17 years old. Maya Lumsden, the Scottish #1, terrific player. Loved watching her play the past few weeks. Back from a long-term injury as well. Eden Silver and Beth Gray. Yeah, down the line.
A real mixed bag here.
It really is.
Yeah, some great names in that team as well. I think Alistair Gray was here a couple weeks ago and gave Paul Jubb a real run for his money. That was a terrifically high quality match, and then he won the event at St George's Hill last week, so he's a terrific form.
Yeah, he has got a big serve, hasn't he? But he's great playing his ground strokes too.
Yeah.
He's a super player. Really enjoyed watching him.
Big
I think he
serve.
partnered Cam Norrie in the doubles.
He did, yeah, they won
Yeah.
the doubles, and yeah, great backhand as well. That's great. Well, Staff is really trying and indeed succeeding in forcing Rajecki deep, but Rajecki equal to it at the moment, but she's having to work very hard from very deep behind the baseline. Yeah, she's really having to grit through this game, and it'll be huge for her if she can win this point, having faced the deficit.
Oh, well played.
amazing placement on the second serve, biting into the tee line.
4 games to 1. Second set. First set. Start.
Yeah, I mean, that second serve can be a weapon as well as the first. So hats off to Rajeki for getting through that and creating a really valuable lead here to level the match. 4-1 to her in this second set. So just looking at what we've got in store then on the international circuit, you were saying that you saw Kyle practicing on the clay, so
Yeah.
not going to, obviously Washington's cancelled, so maybe no intention of heading out to the States, Cincinnati, and indeed the US Open. And I wonder how many other players now are in that frame of mind, because from September we have a fairly lengthy clay court swing.
Yeah, it's difficult. I mean, it has been said, particularly with the top players, that it's a case of choosing one or the other. I mean, if we go right to the top, Rafael Nadal, for instance, he's always the heavy favourite at the French Open. Does he really want to damage his chances there by playing the US Open so close beforehand? Difficult for him because he's defending both events. So how do you choose, you know? But it's difficult because of the situation, you know. It's horrendous thing to have to deal with, I feel, for every tournament organizer and everyone that's had to deal with this. But in order, if you want to play both slams, you have to have the lead-up events. You can't go straight into them, and that is why the calendar has become as cramped as it is.
Yeah, Cincinnati is the lead-up one, isn't it, to the US Open? But they'll be playing Cincinnati in New York, in fact, not in Cincinnati.
Yeah.
That isn't confusing enough.
Yeah.
Well, that's a super shot.
Love 15.
When she gets her positioning on that forehand, very little that staff can do about it. Yeah, I mean, the whole deal with Cincinnati being staged in New York, actually at the same venue the US Open would be played, the whole idea was creating this bubble of safety for the players, etc. But then they went and scheduled Washington, which has now been cancelled, and it was like, well, that kind of defeats the object of what you were doing with Cincinnati. So it's confusing times for everyone, I think.
Really tough, really tough. That's a good second serve.
15 all.
Kick. And once again, so unpredictable with the serve on that side of the court.
Yeah. Yeah, then following the US Open, if it does happen, you've got the US Open Juniors as well, of course. There's then Kitzbühel on the clay, followed by Madrid, Rome, Strasbourg, and then the French Open. So it's a big old run of clay heading into October in Beijing. If Beijing is going ahead.
Did hear something about the whole Chinese swing on the WTA side anyway,
Yeah.
having been axed,
I
which
think it
includes
has.
the WTA finals.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, no, that's gone, hasn't it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that came out yesterday.
Yeah, yeah. No.
Ready all.
It came with too much pace. It wasn't. It was a risky shot to try. She didn't have that much control, and with those drop shots, they make it look like a casual shot, but you have to have your forward movement and your balance completely correct. Otherwise, it's not going to work. As was demonstrated there, she was kind of pushed back by the pace from Rajeki.
Fault. 30, 40.
Does she just let this second set go now?
Absolutely not, when she's still on serve and this game isn't over. It is her least favourite side of the court, though.
Yeah.
Game for Jackie.
It was a very short second serve on that occasion.
5 games to 1, second set.
just didn't have enough space to play with on that cross-court backhand. And I don't know if it's so much of letting the second set go, but more of Rajecki taking the second set away from her. I don't think that Staff is going to have much of a choice here. Rajecki now with a healthy lead, and for her that should really settle some of the nerves that we've seen at times in this match, and a little bit of the tightness.
And just looking at these schedules, of course, what's possibly more relevant to these players here this week is the ITF events. ITF announcing just the other day that most of their tournaments are planned now to get underway on the 31st of August. Men's and women's events on the tour getting underway in the week beginning the 17th of August. Seniors tour and the wheelchair tennis events also scheduled to get underway from the 31st.
Love 30.
Jackie just with a few little hiccups here as she tries to close out the second set, take it through to a deciding match tiebreak. Well, nice idea.
Yeah, I mean, love 30 up.
15, 30.
Maybe it was worth going for, but I mean, because she is so far down on the scoreboard now, you know, 5-1, triple break. It is a case of kind of swing and see what I can get, I guess. But at the same time, Rajecki may be getting a bit ahead of herself here, thinking ahead to the match tiebreak when she's not there yet.
We're still heading towards that, though, aren't we? So in that case, we are heading towards prediction time.
Joy.
Your face.
Yeah, it's not exactly my favorite thing. I think it's because I feel like somehow it ends up going pretty well most of the time, so I feel like I have a reputation to uphold. You know, in this one, looking at how things have played out, I think, you know, Staff was really smart back end of the first set, but this match is on Emilia Rajecki's racket, so you know, even before the set has ended, and I might not forgive myself for this, but I think I'd be taking Rajecki on this occasion.
Use.
Well, she's 2 points away from making that happen on her serve. If that's working, which it isn't. When it does, it's pretty effective. Oh, really good deep return from Staff.
Yeah, fantastic depth into the feet of Rajecki there. So it was the great combination of the pace, the depth, and getting it at the body of Rajecki so that she didn't have an angle to use. Still chances here.
Yeah, great point. Oh, good shot. Great finish to a slightly tentative, cagey rally.
Yeah, I think that was a great way to finish from Rajecki. Well lined up, and did get a bit more height on that backhand down the line, which was so necessary. It actually dropped just at the last moment to find the court.
Advantage Rajecki.
Great serve. Sets up. Set point for Rajecki. Oh, that's well played, coming in behind the serve.
5,
Takes the second set very convincingly indeed. 6-1 to level then at 1 set all, and we go to the 10-point match tiebreak.
Yes, we do. It will be interesting to see how both players handle this mentally. You know, it's such a quick thing, the match tiebreak, so if you have a slow start, that can really get on you, and it can really help your opponent to kind of run away with it. So I think really key for Rajecki, who was so close to actually taking that first set, to have steadied the ship so well in that second set, come through pretty dominantly. Just a stat for you, in the first couple of weeks she was here at British Tour, Rajecki only lost to a seeded player. She lost to the top seed Miyazaki on week 1, and then week 2 went out in the semi-finals, I believe, to Maya Lumsden, who is seeded number 2. So if Staff can get the win here, this would actually be her first British Tour loss to a non-seeder.
Wow. Yeah, 4 aces in that set from Rajecki, and that she can repeat that kind of form in the tiebreak. She is possibly literally onto a winner.
You can see Rajecki was out really early there at the baseline, ready to get on with this and keep the momentum flowing. And Staff, meanwhile, will be hoping that this little break between the second set and the match tiebreak has halted some of that adrenaline.
You mentioned Miyazaki just now, number 1 seed here. She's beaten Annalie Olivel
start to serve.
in straight sets. Double bagel for poor old Annalie.
Ooh.
Out 1-0 start.
Again, that I think that has to be her most effective shot in this match.
Yeah, tremendous driving forehands and such great control coming over the top of them from inside the baseline. Great way to make a statement at the beginning of this match tiebreak.
Out 2-1. Rajecki.
Staff just sort of leaning over, able to get that serve back, but it was another really good deep wide serve from Rajecki. One, two.
Goal.
Oh, that's a absolutely super return
3-1. Rajecki.
from Rajecki, and a great angle as well on the winning shot.
Yeah, really smart. The second serve sat right in the middle of the service box, so there could have been real temptation to overhit and miss time, but she went for the off forehand, which gave her a bit more space to play with, and then great insight to use the little chop shot at the end.
3-2. Rajecki.
She's got the mini break here. I'll do it.
Oh, could be costly.
4-3, start.
I was just thinking a couple of points ago about how these match tiebreaks do not allow for the double faults, and that's probably why Holly Staff a couple of points ago was so careful and just put her second serve into play, because even if she's going to get dominated by Rajecki, you don't just want to gift her the point, you at least want to make her play it out. Rajecki from mini breakdown to a mini break up, even to a mini break down, not ideal.
Oh, she's done it. Yeah, and a real fist pump and a yell of yes, because she hasn't always made those smashes.
No, best volley she's hit. She got real depth on it, and previously when she's hit the volleys, they've not really been going far past the service line if they've even reached it. So that was key, and it gave her a little bit more time to set up for the smash. Key moment as well, you feel?
Yes, indeed. Oh, that's an incredible angle.
Yeah, great bite when she needed it. Good to see them rising to the occasion now.
Oh,
6-4, start.
well, that's a useful little ray of light for Staff. 2-point gap here now.
Rajecki's not going to be pleased with herself there. It's her favourite forehand.
Just remind everyone, first to 10 on the match tie break.
Out. 6-5, start.
I think she needed that cheap point there. If she'd have got into a rally, might have got a bit cagey. 6-4 down, key point.
Out. 7-5, start.
And as we edge down the wire here, you can just feel the tightness building a little bit. Didn't hit that backhand fluidly, Rajecki. A little bit of tightness on it. Still in touching distance, but it's Staff's serve, so she's got a nice little advantage here.
Yeah, it still really could go either way, this. It's a really difficult one to forecast. Staff at 7-5.
Out.
Really well controlled.
8-5, start.
Forcing her opponent wider and wider. That's a 3-point gap now.
That's big. Rajecki needs some big first serves right now, more than she has done.
She's had so many opportunities throughout this match to be in a better position than she is now. see, we saw two super shots.
9-5
Fabulous forehand, fabulous
start.
backhand. We know that if she could play that all day long, she's going to be winning matches.
Yeah.
But it's just that inconsistency.
She didn't close. She was. She went back to the baseline, and the backhand was pretty much behind her, so she didn't have the positioning to pull it off, and that could well be costly, facing match points.
Yeah, 4 of them to Holly Staff.
Oh,
Dear.
oh, game, it's a match start.
Not the way you want to see it end.
By 2 sets to 1. 6-4.
Well,
1-6.
well done to Holly Staff. She has a big smile on her face, quite understandably. But for Rajecki, that really was a disappointing end to a match where you just felt she could have taken it by the scruff of the neck, but just didn't hang on to those opportunities and wasn't consistent enough. So a terrific win for Holly Staff, who's through now to the semi-finals, where she will face Lini Miyazaki, the #1 seed, who came through love and love against Denali Olivel a short while ago in court 1. Nice to see the two players exchanging pleasantries. And Holly will be absolutely delighted with that win. For Rajecki, a few things to go away and work on. She's clearly got a great game there and some great ball striking. Just the inconsistency that let her down on that occasion. So it's another lengthy match then for Holly Staff after she came through in 7-5, 7-6 yesterday against Lucas Suter in round 1. So Holly Staff from Manchester through to the semi-finals tomorrow. And that will be a really tough match as well against the #1 seed. So next up, well, we'll hear from Holly when she talks to Abigail in just a moment. Then it'll be Grace Piper up against Victoria Allen. Nick Allen, the #2 seed here. Then the men take centre stage with Henry Patton up against the #2 seed Aidan McHugh, and Lloyd Glasspool, the #1 seed, against Vijay Prasanth. But here is Holly making her way over now to speak to Abigail about her win.
Holly, congratulations on getting the win. It looked pretty close at first. What do you think was the key to coming through?
I think it was just believing I could win. She was putting me under a lot of pressure throughout the whole match, so I just had to keep fighting for every point really and just make her play every ball, so yeah.
What aspects of your game are you most pleased with about today?
I think just like every game I was like in the whole time. It didn't really matter if I was like 40 love down, I was just fighting for every point, so I think it was just keeping focus that was the key to winning, rather than probably any ground stroke, because she was dominating me quite a lot of the time, so it was hard.
Well, you've come through and you're into the semi-finals, where I believe you faced the top seed, Lili Miyazaki. What thoughts do you have on that match?
I've seen her play a bit, I've never played her before. She's a very good player, takes the ball really early and just moves really well, so I think it'll be a tough match, but it'll be a good one.
Well done today and all the best for the next round. Thanks, Holly.
Thank you.
So a great win there for Holly. She'll be in action again tomorrow. So next up, the women's quarter-final between Grace Piper and Victoria Allen. They'll be on court shortly.
welcome back to Centre Court at the National Tennis Centre in South West London. Match 2 from day 2 of the LTA British Tour. Return to elite competition. It is the final leg of this swing. And we have just seen Holly Staff with her quarter-final win against Amelia Rajecki. Abigail Johnson is alongside me. You just watched the first match on court. Looked like an excellent match up there.
Yeah, it was a great contest. Went the distance, went to the match tiebreak, and Amelia Rajecki with some big shots. And just after the match, Holly Staff, who came through, said that she was dominating me quite a bit. She was pushing me around, but I just had to bide my time and believe that I could win. And she did find a way through, so credit to her. And she'll be up against the top seed in the semi-finals tomorrow.
Yeah, interesting lineup already for tomorrow. We've got more teenagers here now. Our match now sees the second seed, Victoria Allen, playing Grace Piper. This could be another interesting one, as Piper won the LTA British Tour Tier 1 tournament here last week, so she's definitely back in the swing of things. You can see Grace Piper's age here, just 18 years old, right-hander. She has played quite a bit recently since lockdown and is enjoying her tennis. What do we need to look out for in her strengths, Abigail?
She's got a very fluid way of executing her shots off both forehand and backhand. She tends to hit quite flat as well, so she'll look to use that to her advantage, try and get ahead early in the rallies. But Victoria Allen, her opponent, is a player who can compete from all areas of the court, and she hits a really heavy shot, so we could see some interesting baseline exchanges, I think, in this clash.
This is her opponent, Victoria Allen, the second seed. She is ranked just outside the top 1,000 at the moment. I think it's an extra number in that, otherwise her ranking has really plummeted. She is 1,061 at the moment. Her career high, though, a lot higher than that, 671. That was April last year. 19 years old from Loughborough, and also doing the US college route, which we have already, in just 2 days of competition, been talking about rather a lot, because she's at Florida State University, and this is something that an awful lot of British players are doing now, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's understandable. You get the education, you get the degree, which is a fallback plan almost for if tennis doesn't go the way you want it because of injury or because of other things. So it gives you the options, and it's a great environment, high intensity matches, lots of competing, and the team environment as well. You're not just playing for yourself, you're playing for other people, and that adds a different mentality to it as well. And I think that it's something that Victoria Allen has really been thriving on. She really enjoyed her first year out there and was gutted that it had to be cut short, obviously, because of the coronavirus.
And it does mean that these players are getting a chance to play against each other as well, which we might not see usually. But you have seen this pair against each other, haven't you?
Yeah, I think I've seen Victoria Allen quite a bit. I'm not sure if I've seen these two play each other. I'm not sure that they have. Allen, I don't think, knows Grace Piper pretty much at all. But I've seen them both individually. I saw Victoria for the first time early last year, she'd got a wild card into a W60 ITF event, so it was, she was one of the lowest ranked players there, but really, really good in terms of her focus and in terms of the way she was able to go for slim margin in key points. It really marked her out as one to watch. And then Grace Piper, I saw her for the first time when she won the Junior National Championships in August last year, which is the biggest junior event in the UK. And I said earlier, they've had some big name former champions in the likes of Heather Watson, Naomi Brody, Harriet Dart. So anyone that comes through, I think on that stage is someone to look out for. And Grace had a great week there last summer.
Victoria mentioned at the end of her match yesterday that she's still getting used to the atmosphere of playing competitively again, which I think, depending on how much, we've had 4 weeks of the British Tour now. We had the Battle of the Brits for the men at the start of, gosh, I can't remember when that was. It must have been June now. And then we've got the Battle of the Brits team tennis coming next week. So we've had bits of tennis in this country, but it depends whether you've been able to play.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Victoria was playing here last week as well, Progress Tour Women's Championship. She played in the Division 1 event, and that'll have been good for her in preparation for this week to get some good matches in the bag. She got a couple of wins there, and to get used to the conditions here as well at NTC. She'll have been playing on this court, and we've been talking about the winds and the different things they have to deal with, and just time on court is something that can really help you deal with that. And having come through her first match as well in the first round yesterday, watched her beat Jessica Dawson. That was 6-4, 6-2. but a lot tougher than the scoreline suggests. Dawson was teeing off. She was really going for her shots, and Allen had to exhibit some real mental strength to come through and clinch that first set and then take the second. So she should take confidence, I think, from that win.
Grace Piper that we just saw there, who won the Division 1 title that we mentioned from last week on this British Tour, and Victoria Allen, who played in the Division 1 of the Progress Tour. So different levels of competition available for the players as well to get some idea of where they are in their comeback, and also they're still trying to work out which, as we said, because a lot of them are teenagers, trying to work out where to fit in, whether to go on tour and whether to go down the college route to start off with.
Yeah, exactly. It's a great opportunity for them here. It's great to see so many teenagers on centre court to start the day, you know, and see the depth of talent that we have in the UK at the moment. We've got two really good players here on court to start off that have really nice ground stroke games to watch. And yeah, it's I think a good opportunity for Piper, because Victoria Allen, you know, we mentioned her ranking previously, but that could be higher because she's been out playing college. She's not been competing for ranking points, so I don't think that her ranking fairly reflects the tennis that she's capable of playing. So this will probably be a good opportunity for Piper to test herself out and see where she ranks against Allen's standard of play.
Good showcase for women's tennis. We have men's quarterfinals coming up later, but this is the second seed, Victoria Allen, playing Grace Piper in the quarterfinals of the LTA British Tour. Return to elite competition, week 4.
Victoria Allen to ready, play. Ball. Ball. Up 50. Left. 30.
Pretty sure that Grace Piper has played every week of the British Tour so far, which is probably a record. You know, she's obviously had time to get used to the conditions here at NTC, but before she won the tournament last week, it had been early exits for her, so she'll have taken a lot of confidence from that, I'm sure.
Ball.
Yeah, even though they were first round exits in those first couple of weeks, it's just slowly getting into a feel for the tournament, which, as you mentioned, obviously she was very successful last week, Grace Piper.
She's got to be careful on those ground strokes on the run, because as I mentioned before, she tends to hit quite flat off both sides, and there's not much margin for error when she's stretched out on that backhand, so needs to think about it a bit more and try and get a bit of topspin on there.
Left for set.
Bit of an up and down start from both players out here. They're struggling to find their range early on. Cue the brilliant 1-2 punch from Vic Allen.
I was going to say. Maybe you should just keep making the comments like that, and then we'll get the best tennis out of both of them.
Encouraging them along.
Game, Alan.
Well, from love 30 in that
First game.
opening service game, the second seed, Victoria Allen, making sure that she holds onto her opening service game, which I suppose is part of what you were saying about her composure, just very carefully and methodically thinking her way through that first game, not getting particularly nervous or worried about anything there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those things where it's so important to just stay in the moment and not let things get to you or rattle you, because, you know, there are going to be winners and unforced errors, and it's going to be a mixed bag. And if you can take that in your stride and just keep resetting and refocusing, then that's going to do you the world of good and really put you in a good position in the match.
And it puts the pressure on the 17-year-old now to make sure that she holds her serve.
Absolutely.
Grace Piper to serve. Fault. Love.
And Grace had a pretty dominant win in the first round over Charlotte Russell, 6-love, 6-2. So not just carrying the momentum from last week, but also from her opener yesterday.
Although interestingly, chatting before the match, Grace was mentioning that she's still quite nervous, which obviously being a youngster you would imagine, but having got into the matches, she's still finding each match a little bit nerve-wracking. Don't think those nerves last very long by the looks of things, though.
Oh, well, that would have been brilliant if she'd managed to pick it up.
Good reflexes. She spotted that it was going to come back over. It's just too high, the net, to get past.
Once again, the flatness on the forehand of Piper, meaning that had a little bit of trouble going over, actually works in her favour in the end, though.
Game Piper. 1 game all, first set.
Well, that will have helped Grace Piper. The love game in her opening service game in this first set of a quarter-final at the Tennis Centre, National Tennis Centre in Roehampton.
Love 50. Love
Yeah, in her last match, Alan, she did struggle to find her way a little bit at the beginning of the set. Took her a while to get going. But against someone with the form of Piper, that's not something she can really allow at the moment. Oh, so good with the angle.
Love 40.
And that wide serve really needs to have a swing on it, because if the player's in position, it can eat up that angle and toss it back at you. Triple break point.
Well, the break comes from the 17-year-old.
Piper leads 2 games to 1 first set.
And that is the score. At the moment, well, it's an interesting turn of events for Victoria Allen, the second seed. She's got to get herself back into the match. She doesn't seem particularly settled.
No, and it's kind of similar to what we were seeing at the beginning of the match yesterday, I think, just not quite finding her range, and then Piper, you know, hits pretty flat and she gets quite a bit of pace on, so those balls are coming deep and quick, and that's something that just needs adjusting to.
As you mentioned, the 2019 Under-18 Junior Nationals Championship was won by Grace Piper, and that will have done her a lot of good, a great experience for her at such a young age.
Yeah, real confidence boost. She actually, in the final, she beat Emilia Rajecki, who was just on centre court previously, and it was a pretty dominant win in the end as well. I remember the conditions that day. It was boiling hot, sweltering, and she took all of that in her stride. And from what I spoke to Grace then, and she seems quite quiet and unassuming, which is probably why she still gets quite nervous ahead of matches, maybe doesn't back herself as much as she could, and maybe needs to get that self-belief up a little bit.
Great rally, excellent shot from Piper.
Fantastic pass, so key to keep them low, but I'm not quite sure why Alan went for the drive volley there. I think she might have been safe to leave that ball. I'm not sure if you would agree, but it did look close to going wide, and she just didn't have the depth on the drive.
I think she just wasn't quite sure, so decided to go for it in the end.
Out.
The other thing that's a disappointment for Grace Piper is that winning that Junior Nationals title last year would have meant that she qualified for the main draw with a wild card for Wimbledon this year, which obviously it didn't happen.
Oh, what a pickup from Victoria Allen.
30-15.
That was brilliant because it came so slick and quick to her feet. Really had to react quickly there.
You can tell, as you mentioned, the quick thinking nature and keeping her composure. Victoria Allen, very good at that.
Ball. Second serve, yeah.
I think she forgot what she was
Just
serving
checking.
from for a moment.
That tells you just how much she's concentrating on each individual point.
Yeah. First little vocal reaction from Alan in that previous point. Getting a little bit frustrated.
40-30.
I would have maybe called the ball on the on the left-hand side out, perhaps.
It was, I think it just
It
caught the edge.
must have clipped the line
Yeah.
from they've got a better
Let's
view than we
see.
have.
Yeah, it did actually find the line, and great insight from Alan to pick her moment to move up the court. She really got on top of that return, opened up the court, and knew that she could finish off from the forecourt.
Didn't quite work that time. Alan coming in, but Piper
Advantage,
making
Piper.
sure that she got that cross in.
It's good to see, you know, she
She's-
did wrong foot her down the line, and it was a good approach, but she just chopped the volley, and when it's short like that, the other player is going to run up and take advantage, and she just guided it nicely across, made sure she kept it low.
I think seeing a bit more aggression now from Alan, aren't we?
Yeah, I think she has shaken off that early rust and is just starting to find her groove now. Also, taking the ball a little bit earlier, I think that's generating a bit more pace.
Advantage, Piper. Again, Piper.
Well, that backhand floated so close to the net, you could hear it brush the top of the net cord. Difficult to deal with.
That, I think, is an impressive hold of serve from Grace Piper there to make sure that she keeps her advantage. 3-1 in the first set, having to work very hard to hold her own service game.
Yeah, she had to show great composure there. Alan, we could see, was just starting to find her range and drilling some of those ground strokes deep. So great focus from Grace. Got to get the amazing Grace pin in there at some point.
You spoiled my second set gag. I was holding on to
Oh
it.
dear, I should keep my mouth shut.
Out.
I had a whole load of Grace and Victoria, Queen and Majestic puns ready. We spoilt the lot.
Oh dear. Well, for those just tuning in for the second set,
Fault.
Great shot from Piper.
15-30.
It's very important, these tournaments, for the younger players beginning to work out where they want to be in the tennis world, where they want to go to university, potentially carry on with the ITF or Challenger events. Piper showing that she has a lot of promise.
yeah, the depth at these events makes it a great place to test yourself out, and great point construction from Piper, just drilling deeper and deeper until she got the final blow in that point.
I think she's forcing Alan to try a little bit too hard on some of her shots now, which is causing the errors.
Yeah, and she's making her get low with these shots as well, which is so difficult, particularly, you know, that backhand down the line needs a lot of lift on it to get it over the high point of the net, and when you're crouching as low as Alan was, It's a difficult shot to execute. She's in real trouble here.
Well, she hasn't had it easy on any of her service games, Allen. Piper pushing her in each one and breaking her already once in this first set.
Halt.
Second serve that set up Piper with that blistering return.
4 games to 1. First set.
And as you can hear there, 4 games to 1, a lead in the first set of this quarter-final against the second seed. We have seen the first seed go through already this morning on one of the outside courts, not playing on centre court today, Lily Miyazaki. But the second seed, Victoria Allen, a little bit of trouble in this first set, Abigail.
Yeah, she's up against it here, and you can see, you know, that Piper is playing with confidence, carrying some great form into this match, and a really emphatic way to seal the break, that kind of thing. You know, just whipping that return cross court and getting the winner is something that's going to make a real statement to Victoria Allen, and a really dominant position in this set now for Piper. If she can get the consolidation here, I think she's pretty much over the line in this one.
Time.
Very calmly collecting the balls. If you've been with us this week or over the last 4 weeks of the British Tour, you'll know that the players are collecting their own balls. There are no ball kids around, and the umpires are calling the lines. There are no line judges. One of the many social distancing measures in place at the National Tennis Centre. We have to walk around in circles, follow the arrows, make sure you don't go backwards anywhere. And the players doing the same, apart from on court, obviously.
Yeah, yeah, that could be problematic.
You may have noticed in the bottom left-hand corner, down towards where Grace Piper is serving at the moment, in the left-hand corner you can see the stand, which is where the captains will be sitting for next week's Battle of the Brits team tennis event. I heard you and Rob discussing the teams a little earlier on. That's another big event for British tennis coming up.
Yeah, great lineup. So good. The depth of shot all the way through that rally, it's the kind of thing she has to sustain at the moment, Victoria Allen, because if she even drops it a little bit shorter, it's in Piper's strike zone and she's really taking those balls on.
Halt.
Great return from Allen, and just a little fist pump there, as if she's trying to get herself going a little bit. We heard Piper with a couple of exclamations earlier in the set.
I think 2 really focused players on court here. You know, Piper looked to be rolling away with the set and she didn't even flinch. You know, game face was exactly the same from the first point of the match, and Allen here just getting her head down and focusing, changing things up a bit.
She has plenty of variety in her game, doesn't she, Allen? So she can change the way she plays if plan A isn't really going the way she wants it to, which at the moment it isn't.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's key. We saw her a couple of games ago moving into the net, and I don't think it paid off the most recent time she attempted it, which is why we might not have seen her there a bit more since. But you know, she has had control, good control recently when she moved into the forecourt and had the drive.
All and 4-1 up. This is where Piper needs to concentrate and keep her lead. And she does just that.
40-30.
Great work pulling Alan from side to side using the shorter angle earlier in the rally there, and that meant that Alan was very much on the back foot when she was running back to get the slice. Oh,
If she'd made that, it would have been a fantastic shot.
I thought she was going to get it. She's been terrific, really, on those passing shots all the way through this set. And that volley came a little slow, so you could see her lining up. But once again, high part of the net, and she's got a flat backhand, so difficult.
Fault. Out. Advantage
Just about to
Piper.
say that an advantage of 5-1 would be quite a difference to 4-2, which is something that Piper will want to avoid. So
You could sense the disappointment there from Alan. She had her head in her hands.
Then Piper.
solid serving from Grace Piper, 17 years old,
Leads 5 games to 1.
and taking that 5-1 lead in the first set of the quarterfinals. Still looking impressive and still looking very calm as well.
Yeah, it's remarkable the way she just kind of goes about her business. It's so methodical, and it just goes from point to point with her head down, looking focused, looking concentrated. And Victoria Allen needs to do the same thing here, because they were a couple of gifts really in the last couple of points. Returns that she went for too much on, and she could just have put the ball in play and at least forced Grace Piper to play things out in a little bit of a tight service game.
15 love.
We have slightly overcast conditions today compared to day one yesterday. It was rather sunnier than we expected.
Yeah, I was not expecting this, to be honest. I checked the forecast and it was supposed to be hotter today, so I dressed up for it. And, well, there you go. It's how it goes sometimes in the UK.
Left.
Definitely have to be ready for all eventualities when it comes to the weather in this country.
Take a raincoat everywhere you go.
We're definitely covered on the tennis front, because we can go indoors should it start raining. It will just take us a little while to move the TV cameras, but we'll be there. Yeah, Piper was
15
ready for that, wasn't she, knowing that the serve was just getting a bit weaker from the Allen side.
Yeah, she really anticipated that well. Stepped to the side to get it on her forehand and didn't fail when she had it on her chosen wing. Whipped it down the line. Will
Piper already be thinking here that it would be ideal to break and then serve at the start of the next set?
Yeah, I would think so, but when serves like that one come down from Victoria Allen, it seems a much tougher task, and that's something that is a weapon for Allen when she's landing that big first serve, but we've not seen it enough today. Well handled.
When she's playing well, you can tell how heavy her shots are,
Yeah.
Victoria Allen. It's just that we haven't seen it that much in this first set so far.
Yeah, and that's why the tee serve is particularly devastating, a real weapon of hers. And you can see they're well handled in the forecourt, enough depth on the volley to set up for enough time on the smash. It was difficult. She was kind of stranded in no man's land, and it would have been a better option to chop that back into play because she didn't have much room to play with on that backhand.
isn't there, to Allen?
We saw that exact shot a few times yesterday, and from what I can tell, I think it's the temptation to go for too much, and she winds up and she tries to overhit the ball, and it affects her timing, not finding the sweet spot, just trying to drive it a bit too much. That was well got, stretched right out on the volley. Could prove key in this game.
Very important hold of serve for Allen there, just making sure that she stays in this first set, having already dropped her serve. So 2-5, Victoria Allen, who has really enjoyed the experience of being at college in America, the US system, saying that she really feels that the support and the team environment help her. And I think that's something that you've been talking about over the British Tour events over the last few weeks, that the players enjoy that because it's not as lonely as going out straight out onto the tour. You have the team around you, and you have crowds that come and watch you, not massive crowds, but you have small crowds that come and watch you in the events that they play.
Yeah, absolutely. It is really lonely, it can be in tennis, but particularly on the lower ranks, the lower tiers of the tour, that these players will have to go through in order to climb up to ATP and WTA level. Not just because, you know, lack of crowds and that kind of thing, but often they have to travel alone because financially it's quite difficult on the bottom rungs, and they can't even afford to have a coach or a physio travel with them. So it's very lonely, and you're kind of left with yourself and your thoughts. So it's the environment of college is a sharp contrast to that.
Yeah, I don't think it's a surprise that a lot of players are thinking about doing that route. Victoria Allen already involved at Florida State University, and Grace Piper here thinking about it as well. Serving for the first set, the 17-year-old at 5-2 up and 15 love.
Well, with this dominant lead, it could be easy to feel that the last game didn't really have any significance, but Allen here, even if she doesn't get her feet and get a foothold in this game, she's still forced Piper to serve it out, and that will mean that she's serving first in the second set, which actually could have an impact.
She does have some fantastic ground strokes, doesn't she, Grace Piper?
Yeah, they're really crisp, and she makes it look so easy.
She's not particularly tall at 5'8" as well, but she seems to have quite a span width. That was a great shot.
Absolutely. I think even if Allen had been further up the court when that came back at her, she'd really have struggled just because of how low it came over the net. You can see she wasn't really far enough forward, and almost didn't know whether to take that as a half volley or take it in the air.
Setting up 3 set points for the 17-year-old.
40-15.
Oh, wow.
Not a bad time for it.
Well, we know that Allen likes to go for the lines, and she found one there at a very important point. Oh, beautiful shot from Grace Piper to make sure that she takes her second set point and takes the first set 6-2 against the second seed, Victoria Allen, who does look like she's coming back into this match a bit more, but a huge disappointment for her to drop that first set. But for Grace Piper, just a Very calm reaction to winning the first set, and just keep going will be the plan, I presume.
Yeah, you wouldn't think she was halfway to the upset right now. She's very much taking it in her stride. And yeah, she came out here just looking for the win and really backing herself with the way that she was playing. She really slick, deep ground strokes. And every time Victoria Allen has looked to come into the forecourt, she's been able to either make life really difficult for her and make her play the point out a few times, or get that pass nailed. And it's been really impressive so far.
The stats there from the first set, and it is Piper who has managed to get that first set 6-2, but Victoria Allen struggling and not even getting a break point against the Piper serve, whereas Piper managing twice to break Victoria Allen, who has a decent serve and has a fairly aggressive game.
Yeah, you'd be hoping, I think, in the second set to see Victoria land a few more of those first serves that we know that she's so capable of. You know, the big T serve is a real weapon for her, and it's just not really surfaced so far in this match.
Well, Piper has played quite a lot of competition the last few weeks here at the National Tennis Centre, these behind closed doors events that the LTA have been putting on. They've put double the prize money into the pot, which is a huge help for these players who are attempting to come back onto the tour, hoping that international tennis will return soon as well. Behind closed doors events, no crowds here. But the players are ready for the second set of this quarter-final.
Out. Lob 50.
If you're just joining us, this is the LTA British Tour Return to Elite Competition, week 4. This is day 2 of this week's tournament, the final leg. And we are into the quarter-final stage.
Ball. Ball. Lob 30.
Exactly the start she didn't want.
Very similar to the first set as well. She double faulted in her opening game of the first set, Victoria Allen, the second seed, and just had a bit of a hesitant first game, which seemed to set up the way of how that set was going to go.
Lob 40.
Piper pressing again, 3 break points at the start of the second set. This could be quite a nervous second serve from Victoria Allen.
To be fair, for a second serve that had a decent amount of depth on it, and she needed it, I think, with the way that Piper's stepping up and taking the ball on out here.
Yeah, she knew exactly what Piper was going to do, and made sure of that second serve. 2 more break points though for the 17-year-old to take an early lead in the second set. Gives you a tiny excuse to just slow things down a bit, the balls, and having to go and retrieve them yourself as a player.
This is true, it can actually be helpful in this situation.
Maybe
You
just
don't wanna-
collect your thoughts a bit.
Yeah, of course.
C40.
It'll be interesting to see how both players react on this next shot, the final break point for Piper.
Out. Deuce.
Allen with the serve. So from love 40, the second seed has brought it back to deuce. Could there be chances that Piper will rue at the end of this match?
Potentially. I mean, this is a huge game for Victoria Allen. Piper had all the momentum coming into this set, and if it had been a break here, I wouldn't have been surprised to see her run away with the rest of it.
Fault. Advantage
That's quite
Allen.
interesting. And the reaction from Piper is quite interesting as well. First
Yeah.
time we've sort of seen her look a little bit despondent.
Yeah, she dropped her head a bit just as she went to deuce, but that's the first real show of emotion from her, the first real facial change as well. Well, set up so nicely for that. Kept her feet moving, stayed on her toes. Lined up perfectly. So important to do that, to keep your feet moving on those balls and not stay dead in the court.
Oh, exclamation from
Advantage
Allen.
Piper.
Very annoyed with herself there.
Yeah, she just can't afford that kind of loose shot right now.
Sets up another break point, fourth one in this opening service game of the second set, and Allen already down a set, 6-2 in this quarterfinal.
Deuce.
Well, that's great control. Difficult to execute those drives from so close to the net. There's not much space to play with. But she was straight up there, lined up nicely.
She knew her game plan in that point, I feel, which we haven't seen that much of so far from Allen.
Out. Advantage Piper.
That's why Allen is muttering to herself a little bit after such a great point and making sure that she worked her way back into this game. She throws it away slightly there and gives Piper another break point.
Fault.
Well, I mean, I did think that might have caught, and she clearly thinks the
She
same.
does, doesn't she? Yeah.
Deuce.
Great response with a deep second serve, though.
Allen has had to save 5 break points so far in this opening game of the second set. She had to struggle in her opening game of the first set as well, but she did come through that in the end.
Let. Second serve.
Her temper is very even though, Victoria Allen, even when she's under pressure, which she clearly is at the moment.
Yeah, we've seen great focus on 2 second serves and key moments out here.
As she double faults.
Yeah.
Piper.
Commentator's curse, what can you say? But you know, it's been when she's had her back against the wall that she has managed to come up with the goods several times, and it's not going to happen every time. And clearly, she's not having her best day today, but that's why it's so important to just refocus for every point and every shot.
Out.
Oh, at the 6th time of asking, Piper breaks Victoria Allen's
Okay,
serve.
seconds.
And that is a real disappointment for the second seed, who is already a set down, and almost a tiny bit of luck there, I think, for Grace Piper coming through that, I felt. So Victoria Allen was really pushing in that first game, but Piper coming through again.
Yeah, it's easy to forget that Piper did have the Love 40 advantage at the beginning of that game, could have taken it so much more easily. And I feel like at the beginning of sets, there's often a long game to launch us into things, and the longer the game goes, the more significant it becomes. And if Piper can consolidate that breaker serve here, I think it could be really significant for the wider context of this match, because there were times that she could have got really frustrated with herself there and crumbled. She overhit on a few returns and went for a little bit more than she maybe should have done, but she was able to regroup, and a particularly good return to the feet of Victoria Allen on the last point.
You mentioned the very long first game. We had the Aidan McHugh 12.5-minute game in his first round match yesterday, and he's on court a little bit later on, but he did mention that set him up for the match.
Yeah, right. That'll take some beating, that game.
15.
Yeah, it is almost like an extra warm-up. You know, once you've come through that long game, you're fully ready, you're fully locked in, and it gives you a lot of time to work out your opponent's style and the tendencies and that kind of thing. So if you're the winner of that game, it can be very beneficial. If not, it can be pretty detrimental.
Allen looking to come in again as soon as she can, switching things up a little bit, making it a bit more aggressive.
Yeah, that first forehand down the line dropped in at the last moment. The topspin just brought it down, and when she followed up with the backhand up the other line, she'd really done the hard work of stretching Piper out and getting her well on the back foot.
Oh. Two excellent shots from Allen to just touch the line, but Piper coming back with a fantastic shot.
Yeah, really smart from her here, because usually, you know, the lower you can get those passes, the better, but she could see that Allen was off balance, and getting that height on the ball is very difficult from Allen's position on the court to judge what's happening and whether that's going wide, so she didn't have the balance to get her racket on that. Just seems very much in control out here, Piper, and there've been some fairly even baseline exchanges, but you feel like she's got her teeth into it and she's doing exactly what she wants to, subtly controlling everything on the court. I also feel like it's difficult for Victoria Allen to know which wing to target. Usually there's an obviously stronger forehand or backhand, but Piper's pretty solid off both and hits similarly off both sides as well.
Oh, she has been impressive on both sides, Piper, and that is potentially one of the issues that Allen is having, just having to go for all the lines and going for corners and going for depth.
True, she's had some careless misses though, Allen, to be fair, and that last point is one that she shouldn't have missed, because there was far too much height really on Grace Piper's approach shot, and it should have been a set-up for the down-the-line pass. Well, the control just isn't quite there. You could see her stepping right inside the baseline there to return the second serve and trying to make an impact. But if you don't have the control on the follow-up, it's no good hitting a great return.
And that gives Grace Piper, 17 years old, a 2-love lead in the second set. She's already taken the first set of this quarterfinal 6-2 against Victoria Allen, who is the second seed at this event. Looking to make it into the semi-finals. They don't know who their opponent is just yet.
Love 50.
Alan's frustration coming through a bit. Just at the back of the court, muttering to herself a little bit.
She needs to put everything else that's happened so far out of her mind and focus on this game, because setting a break down, you feel like it really could be a decisive one.
One of the longest rallies we've seen so far in this match. And Alan will be very pleased to have won that point.
Absolutely, that backhand whistled, and it's the sort of thing that she's been missing too often today. That was a terrific shot. And pretty hard from that cross-court angle as well to hit that so slick and still get it over the net.
The serve, the ace that she's been wanting so many times during this match has really helped her occasionally. Also adds to a charity pot, which I'll tell you about in a moment.
Oh. Nicely taken on the rise by Piper.
Every ace at this competition gets £25 for Street Games charity. So far the LTA have raised £11,400 from aces during the British tour in the last few weeks.
Oh, that is brilliant.
I was going to say there's another one in the pot, but not quite. Another £25, nearly.
The frustration becoming more and more evident for Victoria Allen. Just not bringing her top quality today, capable of much more than this. And when you've hit so many loose errors, it does tighten you up and makes you frustrated and has an impact on your execution.
Sensibly biding her time on that one to bring it back up to deuce, but she has not had an easy service game, Victoria Allen, at all in this match. She's had to struggle in each one, and particularly in the second set.
Yeah, it was good to see her there using the backhand nice and deep to get herself into the forecourt. I felt yesterday as well the backhand is a safer option for her when she's struggling with the forehand. It can tend to go awry. She can try and overhit it, mistime it, but it's a lot safer on the backhand and also a bit flatter as well, which makes things more difficult for Piper.
We've had a few of those as well, and she hits herself in the head to acknowledge the annoyance of that shot.
Yes, just too loose on the off forehand. And it's not because she doesn't care, it's because she's trying to go for too much.
But she's been forced into that as well by the excellent play from Grace Piper, who now has another break point to take a 3-love lead in the second set.
It's one way to deal with it. Well, once again, she responds with her back against the wall, and she's done so a fair few times. The problem is she's had her back against the wall so much, and she's not going to win through every time.
Second seed, Victoria Allen, bringing it back to deuce.
Straight at the body and so low. That's a difficult shot to combat at the net. Piper so smart out here.
She's really pushing the second seed, the 17-year-old. Just 2 years difference between them in age.
Out, Jane Piper, new balls, please.
Oh, and that makes such a mental difference. 3-love in the second set.
Second set.
Victoria Allen is the second seed, but she really is struggling. Piper had already taken the first set 6-2, and now 3-love up, the 17-year-old, and she's doing everything right at the moment, isn't she?
Yeah, she really is. She's staying in the moment. She's just going about her business. Those clean, crisp ground strokes have been so devastating right from the first game. And she's not changing up too much. You know, she's letting Victoria Allen do the changing up, really, actually. And is quite enjoying when Allen's coming to the net, having that target and being able to land her passes. So really, with Allen not being able to find her top form and throwing in so many unforced errors, it's quite difficult for her, I would think, at the moment to see what she can do against this. And there was a very key game to lose, I feel, to go down a double break.
Very impressive, Grace Piper, at the moment. In the 4th week of this LTA British Tour return to elite competition, Piper did win the Tier 1 event last week. So she's had plenty of practice here at the National Tennis Centre, which is in Roehampton, southwest London, not far from Wimbledon, which feels like a distant memory. Even the fact that it didn't happen feels like a distant memory already. But at least we do have some live tennis, and you can watch it on the BBC Sport digital channels, the app, the website, Red Button, and also on the LTA's social channels as well. And we have more tennis to come in this country in the next few weeks. The LTA is putting on 3 more Tier 1 events behind closed doors, as all of these events are, until we can get fans back, hopefully, in the next few months, slowly. But this is a quarter-final between the second seed Victoria Allen and Grace Piper, who is 17 years old, and she is 6-2 and 3-love up. Her shots go so low over the net.
Yeah, it really is fantastic, and she keeps taking Allen by surprise as well. Rolls with the pace of the rally, and on this one she just lifted it a bit, got it a bit shorter, and Allen couldn't anticipate it.
Swinging quite freely now is Grace Piper, who has won the Under-18 Junior Nationals Championship last year. Shows the kind of calibre and what we could expect from her in the future as well, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Big name former champions there, so I'm sure it's a list that she was happy to join.
Out.
And now Allen is being pushed to hit everything on a line and do as much as she can on each point, with Piper running away with her own service game. She could go 4-love up here in the second set.
Out. Piper.
Well, that was a very
4 games to love, second set.
sensible game from Piper, making sure that she does everything she can and just leaving Allen to make some mistakes now.
Yeah, it's a long way back for Victoria Allen. She really needs to forget the scoreboard or it's going to hold her back. And as for Grace Piper, she just needs to keep going about her business. Everything has worked today, and she just needs to maintain focus. In her first round, it was a 6-love, 6-2 win, and she's on track to reverse those sets and get the 6-2, 6-love win here if she can just hold out her focus and break through in this game.
Ball. Ball.
Important service game for the second seed.
It was a bit of a despondent double fault, I felt. It's very understandable the frustration she's feeling because she knows she's better than the performance she's putting in today. And this tournament, this event is such a great opportunity. I feel like outside of the top seed, there's no one girl that the others will look at and think they're the one to beat.
You mentioned the strength in depth amongst the juniors. I guess that's part of it. And this is part of them being able to test out where they are against some of the higher ranked players. And clearly for Grace Piper, not too far off that standard.
Yeah, she's clearly in great form. Just at the back end of last year and the beginning of this year, she'd started to play some of the ITF events just at the lower tiers of it. That was here in the UK. I noticed, I was looking at some of her previous results, and she did play Anna-Lena Freidsam last year, who's a former top 50 player. So to come up against that kind of caliber of opponent, that's a great test and a great experience. You learn so much coming up against those players. The pace is different, the strategy is different, and it's a great experience.
And even more impressive that Grace Piper's combining all of that with still being at school, still working at the moment. She was doing mock exams in the last few weeks while also playing in this British Tour event, which is very impressive.
That is true multitasking for you.
Oh, Alan will be very despondent at that scoreline and with that shot at the end. Piper now with a 5-love lead, as we're being told there by our umpire, Darren Michaels. 5-love in that second set, and she also has taken the first set 6-2, coming out now to serve for this match in what is an upset.
It is an upset. You wouldn't know it from the way she's played today, but it is an upset by seeding. And unfortunately, you did feel like the bubble kind of burst for Victoria Allen at 3-love when she dropped serve for the second time in this set, with the relentless ball crushing of Grace Piper. You know, she's sending those balls just whistling across the net time and time again. With the kind of standard that she's brought out today, it's very difficult to see a way through that, and she has to fight herself as well, and her emotions and her frustrations, which are evident and valid. And yeah, it's just been a tough day. You can't always have your best day, and it certainly hasn't been Victoria Allen's, unfortunately.
Yeah, she did mention Alan did mention she was taking her time getting used to playing matches again, and it is incredibly different to just doing a bit of training when you haven't got a tennis court at home, which most of the players haven't had during lockdown, so they are getting used to the pressures of play again.
Too good.
17-year-old Grace Piper serving for a place in the semi-finals of the LTA British Tour return to elite competition, and she is just 3 points away.
Allen has to be so quick up to that net because Piper is sending the passes so low and so quick, and if she's not up in time, she's no way got the balance to prepare to get on top of the volleys.
It's just been very solid all round from Piper, and that is why she is in this position. Oh, head in hands again for Allen. Those were some of the shots that were going in a little earlier, which just aren't quite there anymore for Victoria Allen.
Yeah, that was the one reliable shot I think she had, that backhand up the line. Might be the final nail in the coffin. Three
match points for Grace Piper. Oh,
Set match, Piper.
and the ball sails past
Sets to
the
love.
baseline.
6-2, 6 love.
As we hear the scoreline, the players tap their rackets at the net, and it is Grace Piper who goes through to the semi-finals. 6-2, 6 love. She has put the second seed Victoria Allen out of this competition, and she does know who her semi-final opponent will be, because Emma Wilson has just beaten Catherine Barnes on one of the other courts here at the National Tennis Centre. 6-2, 6-1 the victory for Wilson to reach the semi-finals, and that is who Grace Piper will meet in the next round. But Piper, 17 years old, she won the Tier 1 event here last week at the National Tennis Centre in Roehampton. This is the premier singles event, and she is doing pretty well to have reached the semi-final. Relatively unexpected, but she had a very dominant first round match against Charlotte Russell, 6 love, 6-2. She won that one, and she has now beaten the second seed here, who has a ranking just outside the top 1,000, Victoria Allen, who is disappearing off the court. And we will hear from Grace Piper, who did mention that she's finding the cameras and the attention and the interviews a little nerve-wracking, but she will be speaking to Abigail Johnson in a moment.
Out the number 2 seed. Over your last couple of matches, I think you've only dropped 4 games. Are you aware of how dominantly you're playing at the moment?
Yeah, just kind of like trying to get back into it. I've had a couple of tournaments like warm up, get ready, and I feel like I've hit my stride this week.
What were you most pleased about with your performance today?
I think I was really like trying to push forward a lot, which helped against her power, because if I think I dropped back, she would have then been on top of the rallies, so yeah.
You've played quite a bit at the National Tennis Centre now. How are you dealing with the conditions? It tends to get a little bit breezy.
Yeah, the first couple matches was like a shock. I was like, oh. But then, because I played here the last 3 weekends, it's like getting used to it, practicing, so yeah.
Well, in the semi-finals, I believe you're up against Emma Wilson, who you played in the final here last week, so
Yeah.
a rematch. What are you expecting from that one?
It's going to be tough. Yeah, last weekend was a really tough match, so just got to go out and hopefully play like I did last weekend.
Well, well done today, and all the best for your next match. Thank you, Grace.
Thanks.
Well, hello and welcome back to the action here at the LTA National Tennis Centre at Roehampton in southwest London, and to match 3 on day 2 of week 4. I hope you're paying attention.
Are you sure?
Of the LTA British Tour. Rob Curling back with you alongside Karthi Gnanasegaram. Karthi, great to be with you. How have you enjoyed your first couple of days on this tournament?
I think it's fantastic. It's lovely to see live tennis, to have the players out there enjoying themselves, for them to be able to compete and to be able to earn some money, which is a huge issue for so many people in not just sport at the moment, after what we've been through over the last few months and continue to go through. And you can see that they're enjoying that, which adds to our enjoyment of the tournament.
Yeah, and we've seen some really super tennis here over the weeks. And just fascinating to see so much young British talent coming through in both the men's and the women's. And none more so than in this match. We've got Henry Patton up against the number 2 seed in this tournament, Aidan McHugh of Scotland. He plays a super brand of tennis. In fact, weren't you working on his game yesterday, Karthi?
Yes, I watched his match yesterday, his first round match, when he beat Max Basing, who is another youngster at 17 years old. He beat him 6-1, 6-1, but that is definitely not the story of that match at all. The first game, in fact, was 12.5 minutes long.
Right. Well, this is Henry Patton in our picture, left-hander, 24 years old, from Manningtree in Essex. He's actually been studying out in the States at the University of North Carolina in Asheville. Currently training at Felixstowe Lawn Tennis Club. In fact, these two have met twice already this year. And the quarterfinals of this event a couple of weeks ago, McHugh coming through that 6-3, 6-3, and back in February, Henry took McHugh to 3 sets in the quarterfinals of a futures event in Barnstable. But here is Aidan McHugh, pretty powerful player, isn't he, Karthi?
He is a powerful player. He likes being quite aggressive. He talked to me a bit about what he'd like to change in his game, which I thought was interesting, but he does like those baseline rallies. He's a fan of those.
19 years old, ranked 552 in the world, just down from 460. And plays with a glorious single-handed backhand. He looks, apart from playing the wrong way around, a bit like Andy Roddick. What is it? Is it the cap? Is it the beard? I don't know. There's something Roddick-esque about him.
3 minutes.
I think it is possibly we don't see that many players wearing matches. I'd say that many players wearing a baseball cap when they're both wearing them.
As is the umpire. All wearing baseball caps. Scott Noble in the chair. I don't think he's got an S on the end of his name. But anyway, there he is. He's in charge. And just a reminder that we don't have line judges. We don't have Hawkeye here. So it's all down to the umpire to call all the lines. In fact, last week during the Progress Tour, the players would call their lines as you would do in juniors. But it's all on the head of the umpires here, so it's a pretty tough job sitting up there, particularly calling the far side, and particularly if you've got the sun in your eyes.
McHugh, when I spoke to him yesterday, mentioned that he is just getting used to playing again. He's Scottish, has been back at his parents' house in Glasgow, and obviously the easing of lockdown has been different depending on where you are in the country, so he's had a bit longer to wait before being able to get onto a tennis court compared to a lot of the English players. So he said he does feel like he's a few weeks behind some of the other players in terms of this comeback that everyone is having after such a long time. You usually have about 5 or 6 weeks off if you have the off season, whereas they've all had probably 15 weeks, some 18, 19 weeks off a tennis court, with the situation that we've all been in for the last few months. So very different prospect for them to try and get back into competitive match action again now.
Yes, indeed.
Aidan McHugh. To the left of the chair, Henry Patton.
And they'll have further chance to do that in a few weeks' time when we have our second raft of British Tour matches. Currently going to be Tier 1 matches, but it's another 3-week swing. So terrific opportunity for these players to be competing, and for us to show them in action as well.
And for players like McHugh, it's just being around the top players we've noticed that obviously with the Battle of the Brits team tennis event happening in the next few days, a lot of the top players are coming to the National Tennis Centre. Obviously they train here anyway, but it's a good chance for somebody like Henry Patton and Aidan McHugh to mix, although McHugh, being part of the Andy Murray camp, his management team is very much part of that top level already.
Even if his service action is a little Roddick-esque, I think he's modelled himself entirely.
But his idol is Andy Murray.
Oh, really?
So
okay.
I think Andy Murray would be a little bit upset.
I'm really looking forward to seeing him play, because I know he's been involved in a few matches here, and I haven't had a chance to comment on any of them. So I'm excited about seeing Aidan McHugh, as I am indeed about watching Henry Patton. I think he might cause McHugh a few problems. That left-handed serve from the ad court that we're seeing here, where you can take the right-hander really out wide. Looks like he's got a very useful serve on him, Henry Patton.
And he is another one of these players who has had that experience over in the United States that we've talked about so much, and so many more players deciding to do that now. He's playing Division College tennis doubles, and he was ranked #1 over in America. He went to the University of North Carolina, and they really enjoy the experience of the sports and the degree, but also it's the competition out there. You play in front of a crowd, you're part of team tennis, you're having to not just perform for yourself, but perform for your team and for your university, and it makes a huge difference to them, and Henry Patton will have enjoyed that.
Yeah, I saw someone tweeting this morning about how good team tennis is to watch, and why they hadn't been told more about it. It really is a fun thing to be a spectator, and obviously to take part in as well.
Well, Aidan McHugh has talked about playing in front of one man and a dog when he's playing on ITFs or ATP Challenger circuits, and that's another reason why players like Henry Patton would prefer to do the team events in the US college system, because it's not one man and a dog, it's very high profile.
Yes, indeed. We haven't even got the dog here.
I'm sure I spotted one earlier.
Henry Patton to serve.
So as you hear from Scott Noble, it's going to be Henry Patton to get things underway. Let's just see what this brightly coloured racket can do for him. Patton really keen to come in quickly behind that serve. Don't want to speak too soon. I think we could have quite a good game here. Bit of an improvised shot there from McHugh.
Still got the ball in the court.
Yeah.
That's all you need to do. Doesn't matter how you do it.
Absolutely.
The LTA is saying play your own way.
That's right. Yeah. As long as you make your opponent play another shot. Oh, look at that. Beautiful inside-out forehand from Patton.
Making his mark at the start of his own service game pattern. Very important when you're playing somebody who has a much higher ranking, like Aidan McHugh.
Gets so much rotation as well on those forehands. Wow. Oh, not quite. He's showing us that he's got the touch play, but well played McHugh coming in there.
We saw the backhand in action there as well, with Patton pummeling the court on that side, giving McHugh a bit of a workout.
Yeah, he's putting so much topspin on it, Patton, isn't he? He's whipping that racket head through. 40-15. Well, a pretty emphatic service game from Henry Patton. And I think these balls are going to be suffering. I think they're going to have the fur blasted off them when he's anywhere near it.
They are hitting the ball very hard out there. This is going to be, as you said, an interesting match, potentially a very long match. McHugh had even though the scoreline was 6-1, 6-1 in his first round match, it was a relatively long match, particularly for that score, each game taking a long time. And I think that was one of the things that he mentioned in his interview afterwards, that he's just trying to think a lot more, and that's something that he's tried to change since lockdown. He needs to be smarter, particularly on his serve. You mentioned that he's not the tallest player. He's 5'10", and he doesn't have the biggest serve, so he's trying to be smart in his tennis, and that's something he seems to have thought about during the last few months away from being on the court.
Yeah, it's a really difficult balance, isn't it? Because the trouble you can get into is overthinking, and then you tie yourself in knots.
Well, we'll see about his new smart serve now.
Yeah.
Told you.
It's a winner.
I'm not going to say anything else for the rest of the match now. That's me done.
You've inspired him, Kathy. Well done. Overhit a little, but both players really mixing up the pace nicely.
And McHugh very good at scrambling and getting things back defensively, turning his play, if he can, into attack. He was talking about how he needs to think about where he's serving and use his serve much more effectively, does McHugh.
I really does remind me of Andy Roddick. And the twitch of the cat beak and everything. Look at that. Oh, bad luck. Did well to move in.
You were also saying that Lloyd Glasspool reminds you of Dan Evans.
Well,
so
I do find people remind me of other people quite easily. Yeah, he did slightly to look at facially. I'm sure he'll hate me for saying that. But then when I interviewed him, he sounds like Dan Evans. It's not the Brummie accent. It's the
mannerisms.
The mannerism, the delivery. I know they're good friends, but my word, they are very similar in many, many ways.
Well, friends do rub off on each other often, don't they? Oh, another ace there from Aidan McHugh. Second one already.
If I'd had my eyes closed while I was interviewing Lloyd Glasspool yesterday, I would have sworn I was interviewing Dan Evans. Same slight reluctance to really answer the questions.
Oh, yes. I know that.
That can be the interviewer's fault too, though. I blamed myself for that yesterday.
One-word answers?
Well, a little more than that. But if the questions don't deserve anything more, you know, we have to look at ourselves sometimes. Patton has got a real armoury there, hasn't he?
He definitely
has. To be fearful of.
And I think McHugh is aware of that, which is why we've seen him serving so well already, because he knows he's got to get those first serves in order to have any attempt at each point when he's on serve.
Dan is a much better interviewee now than he ever was, by the way. far less reluctant. I'm a huge fan of his. I think he's a fabulous player. Great play from McHugh. Really following up on that serve, that vicious cross-court forehand, really paying off.
And I think possibly he may have learnt from yesterday's match with that very, very long opening service game and struggling with his serve a few times. So I think we may see him really try and push on his own serve to make sure that's consolidated and then try and break.
Yeah, breaking might not be easy against this man's serve. Henry Patton, 6'2". He's been using every inch of that height.
Out.
Another thing to be aware of about Henry Patton, he's a black belt in judo. I mean, if he's ferocious on the judo mat as he is with this serve.
That explains quite a lot. They're all such good sports people, though, aren't they? These tennis players tend to be very multi-talented.
Well, he's also a scratch golfer.
Well,
So that underlines precisely what you're saying.
Golf and tennis go hand in hand so often.
They do, they do. That's a lovely shot from Patton. He's mixing it up beautifully. Lots of variety in his game.
Great angle as well, which McHugh was trying to force the angle back, but was nowhere near making it over the net. I think he knows he's going to have to do a lot of chasing today because Patton is using every inch of this court so far, and we've only had 3 games.
If you're wondering what he was doing, there's a ball that's just gone the other side of the backdrop there. I think that's what Patton was looking through. Here is then at 40 love.
Out.
Good return from McHugh. Did well to get his racket on it.
Just needs to keep himself in the points at the moment against Patton, who seems to be the player that's come out on fire in this one.
Out.
Wow, that was pretty audacious from McHugh. Did you see him on that second serve? He just ran across, halfway across the court to take it on the forehand.
He did that quite a bit yesterday, and it didn't always pay off.
I'm not surprised. But as the server, if you see that out of the corner of your eye as well, it can distract you. It's a little tactic. From 40 love to deuce. McHugh is hustling, isn't he?
That's definitely the style that works for him. He hasn't had a chance yet, but he says he'd like to come forward a bit more in his game.
Out.
Ooh.
Advantage Patton.
Running around that backhand again on the reserve, on the receiving.
Be interested to see Patton in his opening game had a very easy time. This is a little bit harder, so maybe things start to hit you on the mental side of your game now. He has to think through this one a little bit more than he did in the first game of the opening set.
Out. Game Patton. Patton leads 2-1 first set.
So we remain on serve then. And the other sport, of course, tennis is likened to, it's talking about golf and the sort of the mental comparison between the two. The other sport that's often likened to is boxing, isn't it?
Andy
Sort of
Murray
toe to toe.
does
Andy
make
Murray.
that comparison a lot,
He
because he
does.
does like his boxing, and I think it is the nature of one-on-one, the gladiatorial side of it, the fact you don't have someone there really to help you or talk you through, although that is changing with some of the innovations we've seen during lockdown, and obviously on the WTA tour you can have your coach talking to you at certain points, but we've seen much more of it during the Battle of the Brits, the Ultimate Tennis Showdown, different events happening around the world. So we may see slightly more of that, but
I think it's
yeah.
great from a spectator's point of view too. I think it's fascinating to hear the chat
Yeah.
between coach and player, although it's quite often a one-way conversation, isn't it? Just with the coach.
well, with the Battle of the Brits, because of social distancing, the benches are like this, so you can see two long benches.
Yes,
so the
indeed.
coach was on one end and the player on the other one, which meant that you, well, also with no crowd, you could hear everything that was being said, which was, as you mentioned, very interesting, because you pick up on all sorts of points.
Yeah.
Or if Andy Murray was coaching James Ward at one point, a lot of swearing.
Some colourful language.
Oh, yes.
In the middle of the game.
So it's going to be McHugh to serve then at 1-2. Very evenly contested, the early exchanges here. Subject of boxing. See, Mike Tyson's going to be stepping back into the ring
I have spotted that little piece of interesting news, yes.
at the age of 54. Spring chicken.
Well, innovations, as I said, in sport at the moment.
Yes, yes. I'm not sure it's going to be a full. It's not even done as a full length bout. I don't think, is it? Nice serve.
Things are definitely different at the moment, aren't
Yeah,
they?
they're very different. Yeah, I don't know quite what that's going to be like as a spectacle.
False. False.
First double for either player.
It is interesting, though, that change of things that's happening has made this event very interesting, because the LTA put this on to let players have some kind of competitive practice ahead of the tours starting up again. And that competitive action is British players, which we haven't always seen being able to compete against each other, with, as we've mentioned, so many of them away in America on the college circuit or all over the world at this time of year. So the LTA has done very well to get everyone here playing against each other, and you can see all the different standards, the different ages.
Oh, that's a shame. A little bit loose from McHugh. Yeah, what is it about Scottish tennis? I mean, McHugh. as an
And players
example.
with the initials AM.
Good spot. Very good spot. I don't know what Jamie would think of that.
Well, he's got the same initials as his mum. That's fine. AM or JM.
False.
Oh, that's beautifully played. That's not an easy shot. He didn't have a lot of time to play it either.
No, but I think he played it quite confidently.
Look at that nonchalance.
McHugh knew as well.
Look at that. Just just sort of it didn't look like he was putting any topspin on, but he must have done. So we're at deuce.
Oh, that is magnificent touch from Aidan McHugh. Both players are playing very well. It's just the right brain as well.
Exactly what you're saying about him trying to think, be a little more clever out there, and it's one thing to think it through, it's another thing to actually execute the shot in question, but they mix up the game beautifully. So McHugh with a chance here to hold for 2-2.
Well, left by McHugh.
2 games all, first set.
Yes, indeed. I was worried that slice backhand wasn't quite going to make it through, but it did the job. That's a really entertaining brand of tennis on display here on centre court here.
And again, it shows even though there's the big difference in their rankings, Aidan McHugh here 552 at the moment in the world. Henry Patton just not playing enough on the circuit to have a very high ranking, 1,325, but when you watch them play like this, it's not really about that, is it?
No, it's not, and I've noticed that over the weeks actually. It's a really interesting point. We'll just get Patton on the way here. Yeah, it's a shame.
Love of tea.
Yeah, I've noticed that a lot, that you can have two players who seem to be acres apart in terms of their rankings on paper, but actually their ball striking, their on-court game, not that far apart. A lot of it comes down to experience and mentality.
Yeah, knowing how to handle those big points and whether you've been there before and know how it's all done. But this is why, again, this tournament is great experience for them. It's showcasing British tennis, but it's also, for some of these players, who've already mentioned, they get quite nervous doing the interviews after the match, and just the fact there are cameras around and there are big tennis players around.
Yeah.
There are big coaches like Leon Smith around.
Well,
Then they know they're in the spotlight.
no, you're absolutely right. So it's a new experience in many ways for them on so many levels. 2 double faults there from Patton. I'm quite surprised to see that.
He had been looking very solid so far, Patton, in this first set.
He's looking a bit cross with himself. Mustn't let it get to him. He needs to repair the damage, but keep everything in perspective. Oh dear, dear, dear. 3 double faults in a row. There, Roddick again. Cap on back as the wrong player, though.
You can't have them both being anti-Roddick.
This one, Aidan McHugh, you've got to admit it. Oh, it was a lovely flat backhand from Patton, but
leads 3 games to 2, first set.
to no avail, and that's a love break for Aidan McHugh, and Patton will be very upset, very annoyed with himself about that.
I almost feel as if what I was just saying about the rankings not making that much difference actually has just been proven to be wrong. In that just the mentality and staying in the match for Aidan McHugh has been an important point. He has faced break points and come back from them. But then when he had the break points on the Patton serve, he made sure that he took them.
Yes, indeed. There was no real reason for Henry Patton to lose focus in that game. Everything was going very nicely up until that point. And then 3 consecutive double faults out of nowhere. It was like watching a different player. So he'll just need to sit down and think about that for a while. Just put all that out of his mind, sort himself out. See if he can get the break back here.
They have played each other recently in the last few weeks. This is a bit of a grudge match. In the tournament here, the British Tour at the National Tennis Centre, it was Henry Patton who lost in the quarterfinals, the same stage, to McHugh, but then at the St George's Hill UK Pro Series, it was McHugh who lost to Patton. So they've 1-1 at the moment for the post-lockdown.
Down as 2-love. Right, I missed that.
I think it's 1-1. So post-lockdown, this is the decider.
Well. So here we go. Roddick to serve. If he just stuck his backside out a bit more, he would be Roddick.
I do know what you mean.
Thank you.
Left, first set.
Doing a lot of sports analysis on different sports now, Andy Roddick, not on tennis in America.
What else is he talking about? Oh, beautiful. Absolutely solid as a rock from McHugh.
I think Roddick talks about everything. Basketball, baseball. I think he's quite a stats man. And he does an awful lot of commentary over there, and he really enjoys it, and he's obviously very intelligent and very good at the analysis. Tennis has fallen down his list of interests.
It's a shame.
Just a little.
I once did a pre-Wimbledon event with Andy and Venus, actually, and Billie Jean.
Oh, what a combination
I
that is.
I know, it was a great combination. I think I was only calling because someone else was ill. But it was great. But he was so much fun. He was just great fun to work with. And it was a thing where people paid to come along and could go and hit on the court with him.
Oh, I'm sure he is. And he plays the part brilliantly when he does those things.
He absolutely does.
Come on. 30-15.
Venus is good value too.
Yes, yes.
In a very different way.
If you get her in the right mood, then she's asked me where to buy my clothes from before in interviews. Really? So it really does depend what kind of mood she's in.
Well, you should be very flattered by that. She's a bit of a fashionista, isn't she?
That is
She and
true.
her sister.
I didn't want to tell her it was a £10 top from New Look.
That is so clever from McHugh. Beautiful serve. Slicing it out wide to the backhand of the left-hander. Just look at this. Takes him well out of court. And then goes back behind the receiver.
Smarter serving, as he was talking about, because it sets him up so well for the next point.
Just not right off balance. Well played, though, from Henry Patton. Playing it back to the feet of McHugh. A little frustrated that he couldn't quite pull that one off. Deuce. Well, there's so much right about that rally from McHugh. Just couldn't see it through.
Yeah, he is being made to work, and he has done all the way through this first set by Patton, who is forcing him from side to side. He has been working a lot on his fitness, though. He mentioned that he got pretty bored of doing that during lockdown because there wasn't much else he could do, so he was exercising a lot. Found that fairly boring towards the end of lockdown and was desperate to get back on the tennis court, but he has noticed that that improvement in fitness is helping him now that he is playing matches competitively.
Well, that makes so much sense, doesn't it?
Lots of the players have tried to improve their fitness during lockdown with not much else to do, I guess.
No. Break point. That is a super shot from Patton. An absolute rifle bullet down the line. And that's consecutive breaks in those two games.
McHugh running around his forehand so much, but he leaves the court wide open there for Patton to go down the line, and he does it spectacularly. No chance McHugh was going to get all the way across to hit that one. Important break back, though, for Patton mentally, I think, to bring himself back into this first set.
Yes, he's broken straight back. That's all you can ask. Now just needs to sort himself out mentally following a very, very poor service game previous time round. He served 3 double faults. Just really handed that game to his opponent. So let's see what Patton can do here. Yeah, it's always a tricky one. That's down the line over the high part of the net. You've got to play it so well. Yeah, just give himself a little talking to.
I think with McHugh leaving so much of the court open as well, Patton has realised that it's a great shot if he can get it, but it is a difficult shot.
And there is Leon Smith, head of men's tennis, Davis Cup captain. But he's enjoying seeing these guys on display, just showing what they can do. He must be very buoyed by some of the tennis he's been watching over the
lovely shot with
last few weeks. What a super shot.
Yeah, Leon Smith has been watching a lot of the tennis here. He's out there for several hours a day, keeping an eye on what's going on. Possibly also just keeping an eye on what's happening ahead of the Battle of the Brits team tennis event next week, where he's one of the captains. I think McHugh is actually in his team next week.
Yeah, indeed. It's a great lineup, isn't it?
The British Bulldogs team, with Anne Kjothavong and Leon Smith, and McHugh is in that one, which is interesting because it means he's not in the Murray group, which has got Andy, Jamie, and then Judy as captain.
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
Yeah. 15-14.
Yeah, Johanna Konta also in the British Bulldogs team, along with Harriet Dart. And the young up-and-comers, such as Emma Raducanu, 17 years old. Real hope for British women's tennis there. It's a cheeky shot. Doesn't always come off either, but Patton needs to come up with a few little tricks here. Still a breakdown. This serve isn't really quite happening in the way it was in the opening games of this set.
Certainly no dominating player in this first few games. Does have that serve to rely on though, Patton.
Advantage Patton.
I don't feel it's quite got that venom on it, that serve at the moment that we saw early on.
No, he started very well with I think a love game in his opening service game.
Game Patton.
Doesn't always have to be venomous.
Patton leads 4 games to 3, first set.
Good angle can do it as well, and from that ad court, the left-hander has such a great advantage. Playing a right-hander can really move the player out wide. So we're back on serve then. Patton just moving ahead. How do you sense this first set is going to play out now, Catherine?
Oh. I'd maybe go out on a limb and suggest that McHugh just needs to click into a higher gear, which I know he does have. And it doesn't feel like even though you were mentioning there that Henry Patton's serve hasn't quite come alight again since that opening game, I don't feel the match has quite hit the heights that we were expecting. So I think that's to come, and I think that McHugh will take things up, or can take things up to a slightly different level.
Yeah, there are definite signs that this could really turn into something quite impressive. I think they're both really great strikers of the ball.
Very different styles as well. And
yeah.
McHugh has talked about trying to get more cross-court angles and try a bit harder on those, well, on both sides, on the forehand and the backhand, with what he's doing, getting deeper shots and getting more angles in. So slightly changing how he plays. So he does have a plan B if things aren't going his way.
So McHugh then at 3-4, first set.
Close. Love.
Very confident from Aidan McHugh. Coming into that, able to just walk up to that final shot and just pick his spot. That's a lovely shot.
15-all. Close.
He can really vary that serve, can't he, McHugh, going down the line there.
15.
I'm not sure if Patton was too happy with the call. Pretty okay to me.
Not a huge amount you can do about it in this
No.
tournament.
No.
No Hawkeye available for the players.
That's 40-15.
McHugh quite sensibly, just biding his time, point by point, building up his service game, having had those 2 breaks of serve. Wants to make sure that he holds on to his, at this point, a break here would potentially signal the end of this set.
Let's for serve.
He wants that ball back.
Game McHugh.
Well,
4 games all, first sets.
great serve from McHugh right into the corner. You can't help feeling that Patton could have done a lot better with that return. But McHugh levelling things up at 4-all.
We thought this might be a hard-fought contest, and so it is proving. They both came through relatively easily through their first round matches, score-wise anyway. Henry Patton came through against Jake Hersey 6-1, 6-4. Aidan McHugh winning 6-1, 6-1 against Max Basing, 17-year-old.
Oh. That's more like it. Yeah, that surprising scoreline. That I saw Max Basing in action the other day and a couple of weeks ago. Very impressed with him.
Yes, at 17 as well. I loved his temperament. He kept very calm, despite each game was very difficult. 6-1, 6-1 in no way is how that match panned out, but he kept calm throughout. And it must be incredibly frustrating when you're playing well and you're winning a lot of points in each game, but ending up with a scoreline like 6-1, 6-1.
Yes, the score doesn't always seem to reflect necessarily what you've actually been seeing on court. So, Patton, the serve just maybe looking like it's coming back a little bit. Cue the double fall. That's a great serve. I mean, it wasn't even that deep, but it dipped over the net. It was a good angle.
Yeah, that left-hand serve is proving incredibly useful for just picking up a few points when he needs them.
Yeah. And that was from the right-hand court. So this side is the side that it can really be effective with precisely that serve. I mean, that is so impressive.
Exactly one of those. And another ace, which means another £25 goes into the pot for charity. And I think they've reached £11,400 at the start of today. Each ace, £25 goes towards Street Games, the LTA's official charity partner. So Henry Patton doing his little bit for that charity.
Oh, that's tremendous news.
After 4 weeks of play on the British Tour, 11,400 is a decent amount of aces. I think, I'm just doing the maths on the top of my head, it's around...
It's just going to be impressive.
It is, I can tell you, at the start of today, around, and obviously this is just me doing the maths, 456 aces so far.
Goodness me. In how many matches?
I
There's a question.
didn't look that up at all.
That is... Well, that's brilliant. That's absolutely brilliant. We may have a few more in this match. We may raise quite a bit of money.
Time.
Both these players got a really good serve on them.
All round, very important, these tournaments from the LTA, supporting local communities, supporting charities, supporting the players. A lot of the players can stay here. They don't have the travel costs that are normally involved. Come down here, get some competition, earn some money. The LTA have doubled the prize pot for all of these British Tour events. And we have another week of action to come with the Battle of the Brits team tennis to look forward to.
Yes, and then 3 more weeks of this. It goes on and on and on. Magnificent. Not so magnificent, Aidan McHugh, finding himself off balance quite a few times.
Yeah. A few loose shots that I wasn't expecting and didn't see so much of yesterday in his first round match, McHugh.
Lovely whipped forehand. Moving in, playing that cross court.
Lads, first up.
Very
30-15.
good. He's looking quite aggressive out there. He really does mean business, doesn't
He
he?
does seem to have stepped up a bit. He beat Patton a couple of weeks ago in week 2 of the LTA British Tour. The score then was 6-4, 6-3 in the quarter-finals. And then McHugh went on to lose to Cam Norrie in the semi-finals. Cam Norrie, who was the eventual winner of that week's tournament. So they know each other's games pretty well.
Oh dear. Yeah,
30 on.
he's been caught out a few times in this match. That's when he's been forced to go back, and he's been off balance, playing the ball on his backhand as he's running backwards. It's not quite the position you want to be in.
I'm not sure if sometimes he's contemplating running round it to do the forehand that he loves so much, and so he doesn't quite get to the backhand in time. We've seen that happen a few times during this first set.
It's interesting because it's not a
30-40.
bad shot, the backhand, but he does seem to get out of position, and he's really gifted his opponent, Henry Patton, a set point here.
Yeah, McHugh will be disappointed with himself in that last couple of points.
Big serve here might help him. Break point.
Well, that is what he's been talking about, wanting to be more aggressive, wanting to come forward, trying something different, and he did it on a set point down.
It shows great character. Well done. Well, it's all set up by that really good serve down the tee. Meant that he could attack, come in, and put the ball away. We're at deuce.
Advantage Patton.
That's such a waste, isn't it? He's just served beautifully, and then he gifts his opponent another set point with a double fault. Had that gone over, that would have been a really difficult one, I think, for McHugh to deal with, because it would have probably dipped very awkwardly over the net. It didn't, so it's a moot point. Back to deuce.
He's coming up with the big serves when he needs them, McHugh. We also saw him being quite vocal yesterday, and I asked him about that when I was talking to him, and he did say that he was trying to generate some kind of atmosphere for himself, which we're just starting to see again now. Oh,
just got
that
long.
is disappointing. And he
Advantage,
is
Patton.
frustrated.
Well, I mean, that's an impossible shot to play from pretty much under the net. You've got to be extremely good to deal with this. That ball was actually, it had quite a spin on it. It was going back away from him. It's interesting wanting to generate some atmosphere, because obviously it's fairly dead out there without a crowd, but these guys would be used to playing without crowds.
Yeah, he said both. He said he was trying to generate the atmosphere for himself, but he also mentioned that he obviously plays without huge crowds around him most of the time.
So third set point for Patton. Oh, that's well played. That's a pretty gutsy second serve.
And there's the backhand that hasn't really been on show quite as much as it can be, and as much as I think we would both like.
Yeah, I love it to bits. Look at that. That's a pretty courageous point on set point down. So we're back to deuce.
Advantage, McHugh.
Going for far too much. McHugh really didn't have to be that good. Just getting a little ahead of himself, perhaps. Back to deuce.
That was the right tactic. Yeah, I think he's been forced into a few too many mistakes, McHugh, because Patton is playing very solidly. Nothing spectacular, really, I think, from the Patton game at the moment. But getting everything back and not letting McHugh get a foothold in this first set.
McHugh now with a chance to level.
There we go. Coming to life is McHugh. A couple of shouts to himself.
So he's back in this set. He got very close there, saving at 3 set points. Just a reminder, it's the best of 2 tie-break sets and then a match tie-break, should it be necessary. A match tie-break is to 10.
Thank goodness for tie breaks. I think for watching the first part of this match, they could go on for quite a long time, these two, I think.
Yeah, I think so. Toe to toe, aren't they? Patton to serve then at 5-all. That's a lovely shot from Patton.
Yeah, he's done that a couple of times, hasn't he?
Yeah, it just keeps your opponent thinking, doesn't it? He saw that McHugh was way behind the baseline. And that's a really clever shot from, well, he was on top of the baseline when he played it.
30 love.
It's very interesting how much these players are juggling a lot of the time. Patton also studying for a master's degree in economics at Durham University while playing his tennis and getting involved in ITF matches and Pro Series matches. It's a lot to take on.
Yeah, it is.
30-15.
A little bit stop-start at the moment, this match.
Hold. Heads. 30 all.
I thought McHugh's shot looked a little long, but no protest from Patton.
You can feel the tension at this point of a set. 5 all, 30 all, very even.
40-30.
That's the first real bullet we've seen from the Patton serve since the earliest days of this match. That was really sent down with interest.
Game, Patton.
Finished off
New balls.
nicely.
Patton leads 6 games to 5, first set.
Yeah, good play from Patton. So when McHugh comes out, he'll be serving with the new balls. That can be advantageous to the server, of course.
Yeah, very important for McHugh to use those, use his serve effectively. As we've been talking about, use his serve smartly, which is what he is trying to do to make sure he stays in this first set. And whoever wins this first set, I think, you then try and motor through the second, so you don't give your opponent the opportunity of, as we've mentioned, it's not a third set, it's that match tie-break situation, and it is anyone's once you get there. So very important to try and serve out in that second set and take it there, as opposed to relying on having won the first set. But at this point, I really couldn't tell you who might come out of this first set on top.
Indeed, it's a tough one, isn't it? Here at the National Tennis Centre, a terrific facility. To the right is where the indoor courts are, just behind the umpire's chair. Up on the first floor is the reception area, and then to the left, as we were looking at it, the sort of administrative areas and the offices. But the facilities here are second to none. You've got all the medical facilities. In fact, the doubles players for this tournament were in yesterday having all their COVID checks. That's the nasty one where they put things up your nose.
Yes, not a pleasant experience, but a necessary experience at the moment.
Because the singles players don't need that. It's because, of course, the doubles players are in close proximity to one another, so it's just making sure that there is no trace.
Singles, very good for social distancing.
Yeah, indeed it is. So McHugh is serving then with new balls.
It's a great facility, this, as you mentioned, with all the different surfaces of the Grand Slams available for players to practice on, but also potentially some ITF events being discussed to come here in August as well.
Oh, what a shot from McHugh.
15 love.
Yeah, there's everything here. The indoor courts as well. You've got paddle tennis.
Yes,
have you ever watched or played paddle tennis?
I have watched but not played paddle tennis.
It's a bit like tennis in a squash court, sort of, with a net, isn't it? I mean, oh, lovely. Oh, it's not over yet. It is now. Really whipping it through. He's got great racket head speed, Patton. Not sure he always puts his strengths to good enough use out there, but played that beautifully.
Hold.
Ooh.
30-15.
That was a great idea. I thought he'd got it, actually.
I think Patton thought he'd got that as well.
It's a heck of an angle to go for.
been convincing on some of those shots, has McHugh, and he's tried them a few times.
It's a great shot when it works. Looks terrible when it doesn't. Looks like you've made such a howler. What were you thinking? But the times when it does work, it's a great shot. Oh, that's a shame for Patton. Oh, that's a little wild. He's had so many problems with that backhand from behind the baseline. I just don't think he's getting into the right position to play that backhand. He's given his opponent a very costly break point, potentially.
Yeah, not his favourite shot, although it looks good, the backhand, so he does tend to try and work around it a bit too much, I think.
So set point Patton.
Hard.
Well played.
Deuce.
He ran around the backhand there, forced the opponent wide, got the angle he wanted.
Let's for serve.
Oh
Yep.
dear. Great first serve. He's just asking himself what he thought he was doing.
Yeah, he definitely has gone off the boil in this service game. Definitely not the time to do that.
I think he's just finding himself out of position too often. Maybe just the foot movement perhaps just not quite good enough.
At some point, Patton is going to get one of these set points.
It could be now. I think this is his fifth.
Game in first set, Patton. 7 games to 5.
So Patton seals it with a break of serve, and he'll be very grateful for the help he got from his opponent. I think there were a little bit of looseness in the McHugh game there, which we weren't seeing early on. I thought McHugh, certainly through the sort of the midway passages in that set, looked the more solid player.
Yes, he is, and he was, but that does seem to have changed in the last few games. I think he's quite frustrated with himself as well, not making the most of his opportunities. Not a huge difference, actually, there, as we can see in most of the comparisons. In that first set, 7-5 will tell you that it has been relatively close.
Yeah, 29 service points, 1 to 21 in favour of McHugh. Otherwise, as you say, there's not a massive amount in it. The McHugh second serve also more successful as well.
And I think McHugh has just wandered off court to take a quick break, which might not be a bad idea mentally. Might take him a little while, considering the one-way systems that we have here.
That's true, yes. Again, that's another COVID thing. The winner of this match will play with the winner of the match out on court 1 at the moment between Sean Hodkin and Barnaby Smith. Smith taking that first set 6-4. Hodkin serving to stay in the match at 3-5.
Smith having a great tournament after putting out the 3rd seed yesterday, David Fox. And he came in very late to this tournament as well, didn't he, Barnaby Smith? He was an alternate player, came in at the last minute the night before the tournament started.
You're absolutely right, came for Ben Jones. Smith and Jones. He's got a hole in his sock. It's the big toe, isn't it? It's always the big toe. I don't know if, do you wear socks?
I'm a girl, not really, no.
Well, girls wear socks.
Only for sport.
The big, yeah, fair enough. The big toe is just, they need to strengthen them. It needs to be a better sock design.
Or if he wins a few rounds of this, he could afford to buy a few socks.
Yes,
what is
indeed.
interesting is that the first round players here are getting some of the prize pots. As I mentioned earlier, the LTA doubling the prize pot in total, so it's £16,000 this time. But making sure the money goes all the way through, so there is an effect, a trickle-down effect, the same way that Wimbledon have done with their prize, well, not prize money because there was no Wimbledon, but partly due to the fact that they had their pandemic insurance, they were able to give £10 million to players that would have been playing, 620 players in all of the main draws, wheelchair players getting money as well, doubles players getting money, and even the qualifying main draw players would have got £12,500 each, 224 of those. So an awful lot of tennis players being given some of the, what would have been, prize money pot that Wimbledon has now shared out.
It was a terrific gesture, wasn't it, from Wimbledon, and very gratefully received, particularly from the lower ranked players. The singles players, I think, stood to gain get £25,000 each.
£25,000 for everybody in the main draw, which is an awful lot of money to an awful lot of those players.
It is.
And they also gave the Wimbledon Foundation, which I've done a lot of interviews for in the past few years. There's the charities that they support, 1.2 million this year, because they wouldn't have got the normal money that they would have had if Wimbledon was cancelled, but Wimbledon making sure that they still supported, and a lot of those charities are local charities as well, in the area that we're in right now, in Roehampton, in southwest London, not too far away from the National Tennis Centre.
No.
I mean, Wimbledon, just down the road.
3 or 4 miles. And of course, literally the other side of these fences is Roehampton, where they have the qualifying, which will be there for, I suppose, another 4 or 5 years before it all moves down to the All England Club as they develop the golf course area that they've now bought up. Have you ever been down to qualifying at Roehampton? I imagine you must have reported that.
I'm normally at Eastbourne, actually. So
that glorious tournament.
I'm usually at Edgbaston and Eastbourne and Queens on the lead up to Wimbledon. So I haven't had the pleasure of qualifying yet.
Right, here we go. Second set underway then. It's Patton to serve, a set to the good. Of all those grass court events, do you have a favourite that you're prepared to announce publicly?
Only because it's the first one that my dad ever took me to, Queens.
Oh, really? Oh, lovely.
And I just couldn't believe you could get so close to the players, which you still can.
Yeah, it's a glorious tournament, isn't it?
So that has always been my favourite.
Oh dear, that's a little unfortunate from Patton. Yeah, Queens, it's such an idyllic location, that beautiful old clubhouse. They've expanded massively the seating now, and yet still it has that feel of a very small, intimate tournament with the top players in the world.
It does. It's run brilliantly. It looks fantastic. Players really enjoy it. It's been voted as their favourite tournament many times.
Year in, year out. Yep, Stephen Farrow, now the tournament director there, he's done a terrific job since taking over from Chris Commode, who until recently, of course, was the top man at the ATP.
We mentioned the people that have been watching on here. Stephen Farrow has been in the background a few times, keeping an eye on matches.
Yeah, he played a huge part in setting up these events, of course. He's the tournament director of the LTA.
Catch. 40-15.
Yeah, I think another favourite for the grass court tournaments, for me anyways, is Eastbourne, down by the sea. It's as windy down there as it is here at the NTC. I don't know quite why it gets so much breeze here.
You're the environmental experts with your plane tree knowledge. Are we in a dip or anything?
Well, no, I don't think we are. I think if anything we're on a ridge. That could explain it.
Cut. Game. Batting.
McHugh really does need to get back into this match very quickly. He just feels like his level hasn't quite been there at all during this match. It's not like he's dropped off from being at a high level. He just hasn't quite got there yet.
Yeah, I want to see what he's capable of, because you can see there's a great game in there somewhere.
And he was very pumped up yesterday for his first round match against Max Basing, whereas he doesn't quite seem to be in that same mindset today.
No, maybe it's difficult to keep that intensity going day in, day out. They've been playing a lot of tournaments now, which is what they want, of course. I'm still enjoying watching him, though, McHugh. I think he's got a cracking game there.
Yeah, he has lovely shots on both sides. And he, as you mentioned, has been working a lot on that serve and on coming forward. We haven't seen that much of it yet.
No, consistency is the key, isn't it? So, love one.
Love 15.
When he plays like that, you can understand why Aidan McHugh was trying to run around all of his forehands.
Yeah.
And play that shot.
So Patton getting slightly irritated with himself, saying it's a stupid point there. Not sure what he did so wrong. I thought McHugh played the point nicely. Playing that ball very low over the net at times. Not a huge amount of margins for error. It's the first decent rally we've seen for a while too. Oh my word.
Had to scramble a lot.
Well, that was
couldn't control that.
That was clever from Patton. Really clever. But in fact, I think even the shot he played, this one here, probably wasn't quite what he wanted. Probably actually gave McHugh too much of an opportunity. Just skewed it. Came off the shaft.
Not taken though.
That's terrific.
When he gets that forehand going, it is fantastic. It just hasn't been quite there for most of this match.
Well, also, the margin of error as well is so minuscule, isn't it, when you're going for the lines like that. Far corner, really well played from McHugh.
40-30.
That was a little careless,
Deuce.
little over hasty, I think, from McHugh. Perhaps just tried to move in a little too quickly. Just didn't quite seem to be in position again.
Yeah, we'll be interested to see how McHugh says he feels at the end of this match. A few of them in the first few weeks were finding they had heavy legs. Another shot into the net from McHugh. He's mentioned that he hasn't played as much tennis as some of the others because he was up in Scotland and has taken his time getting back onto a court. Obviously, things were a little later in Scotland than they were in England. So he does feel as if he might be a little bit behind in his comeback compared to some of the other players who've been playing for a few weeks.
It's break point then for Henry Patton. Oh.
Yeah, Patton.
No. That's a really,
2 games to love, second set.
really careless start from Aidan McHugh. That was a game he really needed to and should have held. Bit of a gift.
A rather wild way to finish it as well, which I feel sums up a little bit the way that he's playing today, particularly having seen him in the first round yesterday and knowing how well he can play. Doesn't quite seem to be in that same sort of form. I can now tell you who they will play in the semi-finals should we get there. Whichever player from this match, whoever should reach the semi-finals, will play against Barnaby Smith.
Doing well, Barnaby Smith.
Smith came through against Sean Hodkins 6-4, 6-4, so having a very good week.
Love 15.
Yeah, I was commentating on Smith's match yesterday evening against David Fox, the number 3 seed. And he acquitted himself tremendously well in that.
Hot. Love 30.
I think that's the first time I've seen the players leave the ball at the net when they've played another point.
It's happened a few times, but yeah, you don't
It's
see
rather
it often, do you?
distracting.
Yeah, as long as it hasn't rolled sort of into the area where you might run the risk of treading on it. But I know what you mean. It's like
I haven't noticed
it's
it.
like social play, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, it is all very strange behind closed doors.
Hot. Love 40.
Yeah, Patton would have had his opponent had he succeeded getting that one over. Oh, what a turnaround here. It's 3 break points now to McHugh.
I'm not sure McHugh has done much to deserve that
No,
in this
I
game either.
don't think I've seen so many breakpoint opportunities in a men's match.
Oh.
That's really well played.
15-40.
He really had to dig that one out. Patton.
Volleying is his favourite shot. Haven't seen him do it that much, but that's very effective.
Yeah, the fact that it went deep, it flew a bit further, actually was what caused McHugh so many problems. Might have had a better chance had the ball gone a bit shorter. Still got 2 break points though, the Scot.
Fault.
Oh, that's a terrific
McHugh.
shot from McHugh. It was low and
Leads
dipping.
2 games to 1, second set, and by 1 set to love.
So Patton required to pick it up off his shoelaces, couldn't do that. So McHugh gets the break back, and we're at 2-1.
And that should give McHugh some confidence. He hasn't broken the Patton serve for quite a while. It was early in the first set when they just broke each other's serve near the start of the set. Maybe that will be the boost that he needs. He does seem to be a tiny bit on the flat side today. The Scottish player, 20 years old, had his birthday a few weeks ago during one of the previous LTA British Tour
He
weeks.
did. You're absolutely right. It's during week 2. Yeah, spot on.
Played on his birthday. I think did win on his birthday eventually.
I think he did. No, I'm enjoying watching him. I think I'd love to see him just put a little bit more of his natural flair into this match. Oh, that's Jane Harvey at the back of shot there, who's the tournament referee. Looks like there's a little... Is this a medical thing? Yeah, maybe Aidan McHugh's... Oh no, where's he going?
I think he's going to the other bench to socially distance.
Oh, I see.
Well, maybe not. Maybe he's going to Patton.
Can't quite see. Nope. He's coming back. Yeah, McHugh maybe he's just a little bit out of sorts here. Oh, pointing at his right shoulder.
He was flexing his shoulder very early on in the first set, actually, I noticed, after serving. Not surprising if players get a few niggles, having not played for such a long time during lockdown, particularly on the service. I think you can do fitness training, as McHugh said he had been doing, and weights and a bit of work, but not the service action, that repetitive action.
Also, they say that match fitness is different from any other kind of fitness because you bring tension with you into a match. And so there is another kind of fitness there too. So
that's the reason that the LTA has put on these events, so that players can get back some of that different level of match fitness, match competition, the experience before we see international tennis returning, whenever that may be. We're still waiting to find out rather a lot. Washington was cancelled this week. The China events were cancelled overnight because China says no international sports events can take place. So that's the whole of the end of the WTA events
that's
cancelled. And yes, a very big blow.
Huge blow for the WTA.
Some of the
isn't it?
ATP events as well, including Shanghai, which is the most high profile of those. So that's a huge swing that's disappeared again from the tennis calendar, which is constantly changing at the moment.
Yes, with Washington going, you wonder what that means for the likes of the US Open and Cincinnati, which is being staged this year at the same location as the US Open in New York. So big question marks over that, because we're then into the clay court swing with Madrid getting underway middle of September, and of course culminating with the French Open towards the end of September. So players very much thinking, well, do they really want to play one tournament, which could just be one match, on hard before then going into the clay? There are a couple of clay court tournaments for the women's players due to get underway early in August with the Palermo Open, which Johanna Konta has signed up to. That's followed by
Simona
the
Halep
Prague
as
Open.
well, so the world number one showing her intention of playing clay, which is interesting. She's been very unsure about the US Open. On the women's side, the world number one not sure, and on the men's side, we're not sure, I think, still particularly what Djokovic and Nadal are going to do.
No, I mean, it's hard to imagine in many ways that Nadal would elect to play the US.
Has he confirmed he's not playing the US Open? He hasn't, has he?
Don't think so. I think the only person we know definitely won't be playing is Roger.
Is Roger Federer.
Well, McHugh has had his treatment. Let's hope it's not... I think the treatment's actually going to continue. Yeah.
Masks on, gloves on.
Yeah. No, he's obviously suffering here.
This is not a good sign.
Yeah, it's very difficult now, of course, with these COVID restrictions and how you approach this very element of the game is offering treatment. So, yeah, as you say, he's got his mask on. The physio is wearing the face mask. All these behind closed doors events here at the NTC being staged, obviously in line with the government Stage 3 guidance for the return of domestic competition for elite sport. It came into effect back at the beginning of June.
Talking of the women's, the WTA events that, if they do go ahead, the WTA Lexington event, which is mid-August, has quite a lineup at the moment with both Serena and Venus Williams, Sloane Stephens, Coco Gauff, Victoria Azarenka, Amanda Anisimova. So far, having said that they are intending to play.
Which event is that?
That was Lexington.
Lexington.
Which is the 10th of August it starts. So there's quite a few tournaments that we are hoping may happen.
Yeah, I mean, the other big tournament that's been thrown into question is Melbourne, the Australian Open in January. All sorts of question marks over that. I mean, you're in the very bizarre position where we might go from French Open to French Open.
Back to back.
Consecutive Grand Slams, yeah, that'd be really quite strange.
Well, there are some fans being allowed at the French Open. Tickets have been on sale for a little while. They get obviously restricted numbers. But depending on the situation in Europe and in France and the clay court swing, we could see Madrid and Rome in that build-up, as you mentioned, to the French Open.
Well, it may be just that all the tournaments are going to be here at the NTC. Seems to be where the bulk of tennis is being played right now.
Seems to be working pretty well.
I was talking to Richard Haig yesterday, one of the umpires here. He's just come back from an event, an exhibition event actually in Berlin. Tommy Haas was playing. We all thought had gone into retirement. I said, was he angry? He said, yes. He's always angry, even at an exhibition event. So tennis obviously is opening up.
Well, I know that the Ultimate Tennis Showdown, which was Patrick Mouratoglou's little baby.
Final week, is it now?
Well, no, it's finished, but
finished.
He's now doing Ultimate Tennis Showdown 2, which includes women this time. I did say to him when he was sorting out the first one, knowing you, Patrick, I'm surprised there are no women involved. He said, I must apologise. You know that I love women's tennis. He is, of course, Serena Williams' coach. Yes. So he did say, I will try and put on a women's tennis event. So now he has sorted that out.
Quite right, too. It got a lot of stick, that Ultimate Tennis of Patrick's. I mean, it's an exhibition event, isn't it? So maybe that's a little unfair to be too critical of it. But it's very much... I mean, it's an interesting format, but you're playing very much against the clock, aren't you?
It's a very different format. I think the thing that annoyed a lot of people was the scoring system was different. But he made no bones about the fact that he's not competing against the ATP or WTA. He's not expecting it to be some kind of tour event. It's just another version of tennis that goes alongside the tennis that we know currently. T20 took a long time in cricket for people to accept a different format. I know that Lords were not very happy and they didn't want T20, I think, being played at their ground in the first year that it came about, and then suddenly it was an incredibly successful tournament, and Lords were very happy to have T20 at their ground following year one. So I think these things take a bit of time, but it's an attempt at doing something different, which is not a bad idea during lockdown. Some people like it, some people don't.
Indeed. I'm just very impressed with Henry Patton's ball bouncing skills
on the side of the racket.
I'd have loved to have counted how many he did. We've had a few competitions of that with the likes of Andy Murray.
I can see players actually warming up as well for the next match, Glasspool and Prashanth. So I think they are ready in case this might be the end of this match. There's no point pushing your body if it's not happy at the moment for McHugh. He's still having that treatment. It's been a good 6-7 minutes now.
Yeah, umpire called medical timeout a few moments ago. Of course, from T20, you're now down to
the 100.
The 100,
which
absolutely.
didn't happen.
Balls of cricket. No, it was meant to be inaugurated this summer, wasn't it? And
yes, many things. Today should have been the opening ceremony for the Olympic Games.
Is that right?
I should be in Japan right now. I'm at the National Tennis Centre. It's fine.
Yeah. No, T20 cricket is. I think there's a place for it. I don't know if I'm sure you would have been, but I found if you do go and it's your turn to go and get the beers, by the time you come back, having queued up for the beers, you've missed an entire innings, if not the entire event.
But that's the point. The point is that it's for post-work.
Yeah, I know.
Couple of hours, done.
Yeah,
perfect.
But if you're queuing up for the beers, you end up missing.
I think what your mistake is here is that we get the beers in beforehand.
Well, you do, yeah, but they run out, those ones. You've always got to go back for more.
I think your strategy is wrong. It's all wrong. I need to take you to a game to explain. For the shorter formats, I think golf are looking at a shorter format, whether it's 9, 12 holes, some kind of fast golf. We've had fast sixes, I think it was called, for golf. All sports have to look at the different format, and one of Patrick Mouratoglou's reasons for doing the format in time versions, as you mentioned, is because people, if they like certain players, then they don't want to sit through a whole match not knowing what time their favourite player is going to come on. So if you know that Venus Williams or Serena Williams or Roger Federer is going to be playing at 3 o'clock because of the format of UTS, this Ultimate Tennis Showdown idea, you know exactly what time somebody's coming on. And Chris Evans said the same thing a couple of weeks ago when I was doing an interview with her, that's tennis's issue. In golf, everyone's playing at the same time.
Yes.
So you can follow your player at some point along there. If you've got 2 players on court that you're not that bothered about, she was saying that's one of the issues that tennis has had to deal with all the time and still has to. If you're not there for the love of the game, you're there for a particular player because you're a fan of that player.
Well, the other big beneficiary, of course, is television. Because television stations like nothing more than to know when you're going to be on air and when you're going to be off air. And tennis in its traditional format is very open-ended, of course. This is great to see Aidan McHugh now after a long, long break. He's back out on court. Let's hope he's repaired.
Well, he's serving, so we'll see how that shoulder is feeling. A bit of that repetitive action, I think, might have just given him a slight niggle there on the right-hand side.
Yeah. So here we then resume now with McHugh to serve at 1-2 second set, trailing by a set to love. And it's an ace.
Well, I think that shoulder's okay.
That was a good repair job. Send that doctor this way.
I was about to say, that doctor works wonders. Glasspool and Prashanth scurry off again.
Yeah. I noticed Henry Patton just hold his shoulder then as that ball whistled past.
That's quite the miracle cure. Often takes the other player a while after a timeout, injury timeout, doesn't it, to get back into their game because they've been standing around for a little while.
Very difficult, apart from bouncing the ball on his racket frame, which he did very impressively. Yeah, it's difficult to keep your concentration, keep the muscles warm as well. Oh dear, yes.
40 love. Game. McHugh.
What a game from McHugh.
2 games all, second set.
Well, I think he needed that timeout a little earlier in the first set.
Well, that is quite something anyway. So, well, difficult for Henry Patton. He needs to now get himself smartly back into this game, into this set. Blow away any cobwebs that might have formed while he was waiting there. Very lengthy timeout.
Yeah, he might have just gone off the boil a little bit during that time. He was looking very carefully to see what might be happening on the other side of the benches.
Love 15.
McHugh striking the ball very well since the injury timeout.
I thought it was in.
Oh, he's querying a line call. I thought he looked a little half-hearted on that rally pattern. Got to play to the calls though.
That's 15 all.
Could be quite a lot of frustration setting in here for Patton after having that timeout and then just not quite firing again.
Lad, second serve. Coming. Come on, lad. 15-30.
Yeah, it's taken his rhythm away completely, hasn't it, that break from Henry Patton. He just doesn't look like he's engaged at all at the moment.
Lad, first serve.
Trying something a little different that time. Maybe trying to fire himself into action.
Oh! 30 all.
Quite often will trip your player up, your opponent up, if you play it straight back to them, as happened then. I quite like to see Patton just sort of let out a scream or something, just to gee himself up a bit here.
Definitely contains his emotions internally,
Yeah,
whereas McHugh lets them out.
yeah. Well, what works for one?
Excellently constructed point from Patton there.
A little fist pump. That's probably as much as we'll get from him. But yeah, it really stemmed from a really good second serve. He's very comfortable with that shot, isn't he?
Yeah, that is his favourite shot, and he knows when he's there that he's just that bit more confident.
Now it's game Patton. Patton leads 3 games to 2, second set, and by 1 set to love.
Looking a bit unsure about something there.
Yeah.
Not quite sure what.
I think everything's fine. We're all sorted. We're back in action then in this match. As it was very stop-start until it stopped completely with that medical timeout.
Well, at least it did
for
restart.
McHugh.
There was a point where we weren't 100% sure when McHugh was having his medical timeout.
No, exactly.
Oh, Patton keen to keep going now that now that we're back. Yeah.
He's hung around for long enough. And you can see it's really quite overcast here. A little tiny bit of blue sky in the distance there, but not quite the sunny summer's day we were expecting. Tomorrow the forecast is for rain, but we do have the option of taking everything indoors for that should it happen, as it did actually in week 2, day 1. We got through the first set of matches on the outdoor courts, then the rains came. We just shoved everything inside, including the cameras. Guys did a great job here setting all that up within an hour, well inside an hour, and we got going again indoors.
So that match started outside and finished inside?
I think the match...
Were they different matches?
I think they were actually different matches.
Okay.
I don't think the match itself started outside. I can't quite remember. But, yeah, not many tournaments where you can do that. So McHugh serving then at 2-3.
Pause. Love.
Yeah, I think if it does look really dodgy tomorrow, they might just from the outset play indoors. Hope not. It's you know, it's an outdoor tournament. It's so much nicer, I think, to be played outside. Nicely played by McHugh. That's what he does best.
Much better from him there. On his own serve as well. He just needs to feel like he's getting back into this match, and that will make him feel more confident.
Yeah, he's come out of the blocks really quickly from that injury timeout, unlike his opponent. That's so often the way, though.
Pause. Yep. 40 left.
Yeah, Patton querying a call there. Just checking with the umpire, Scott Noble. So McHugh perhaps storming to another love service game here. If he does, it'll be the second in succession.
Out. Yeah, McHugh.
Yeah, Patton is
3
really
games all, second set.
finding it tricky to get his rhythm going here.
He had such an excellent lob earlier on as well. Nowhere near that time.
So Patton serving at 3-all. And a set to the good.
15 left.
I'd quite like to hear that yell from Patton. I think it might help him.
I'm not sure that's going to happen.
I just feel it might shake him up a bit. In a good way.
Well, it worked very much for McHugh yesterday.
Yeah, Patton
30 left.
working his way into the net.
McHugh's first round match against Max Basing. He said that he felt he needed to have that extra bit of energy, and that's what shouting to himself does. Maybe a little Andy Murray tip that's paid off. But particularly when there's no crowd here, to try and get your energy levels up.
Yeah, I think certainly for players who play at a higher level regularly in front of crowds, you probably do have to generate your own energy a fair bit, because you just haven't got that energy coming back from the crowd. Well, there isn't a crowd.
There isn't a crowd, yeah. Well, that's one of the things that Chris Evert was saying a couple of weeks ago when I spoke to her about the US Open and how that would affect players. And she said it is going to be interesting to see who can focus and who can make their own energy without having the crowd there, because some players, it clearly they need it.
Let's second serve.
She was also a big fan of the interviews in between games and sets, and the coach interviews and the player interviews happening.
Yeah, I think for the TV audiences, that's a great addition. I like that.
Battle of the Brits in the first week of their action in back in June. You could have the commentators talking to the players, which was fascinating, sometimes a little out of breath, but very interesting.
Yeah, and they've probably got their mind on other things too, the players. I don't know how keen they are on it. Goes over our camera. That's going to take some fetching.
No, I think it bounced back.
It's bounced straight back.
Well, Patton has been doing that regularly during this match, sending McHugh to the corners. And McHugh is very good at scrambling.
I think he was running out of the way of that last time, wasn't he?
But there was no getting that last shot back.
Well played.
And he hasn't been coming forward that much. Hasn't really had the opportunity, McHugh, but when he does, he has a very good touch. And he wants to do it more. He just hasn't quite been able to.
That was a cheeky little drop shot, wasn't it? In some ways, he's probably a little fortunate to get away with it. So we're at 3-all and deuce in this second set. Oh, that's absolutely divine from Henry Patton. Really delicate shot here. Just watch it. Just look at the touch here.
Stops the ball completely.
Yeah. Look at that. That's,
and even applause from Leon Smith in the back of that shot.
Smith. Yeah, I mean, you want to stick that one in your logbook, don't you?
Game, Patton.
Yeah, that's a great game from Patton.
Patton leads 4 games to 3. Second set, down by 1 set to love.
Well, we mentioned he was a little bit sluggish at the start of restart after the medical timeout, but that game shows his focus is back.
Yes, hopefully he'll be bolstered by that. It will have juiced him up a little bit. And that's... it could be getting a little tricksy-wixy for Aidan McHugh now, coming out to serve at 3-4, a set down. But mind you, since his medical timeout, he's been firing on all cylinders pretty much.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to find out how long he's had that niggle, whether it's just happened during this match, because he did seem quite early on to be flexing the service arm, but his racket arm on the right hand. But he does seem to be okay now. But there's such force on his shots.
Time.
And the single-handed backhand.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, he does whip that racket head through, doesn't he?
Doesn't seem to be in too much discomfort from the last service game that we saw from McHugh.
So he needs a hold here, Aidan McHugh. Otherwise, he runs the risk of an early exit here. If you can call the quarter-final appearance an early exit. It's also the second round. So here is McHugh then serving at 3-4.
Hot. 15.
Seen a few of those from McHugh during this match. Missed
Yeah.
timing.
I guess that's possibly because of the way he plays that you're inevitably going to get some of those slightly mistimed shots, which of course when they come off the frame do look rather over dramatic. Just wide.
15 all.
Thought Patton was taking a leaf out of the McHugh forehand run around shot there, but didn't quite pull it off in the same way.
Oh, great shot.
30, 15.
Yeah, he's whipping that forehand when he gets the opportunity. And Patton knows that, which is why he's been trying to stop him from being able to use that shot.
He does that so well, doesn't he? Again, running around the backhand and a terrific angle.
When he gets into position on that shot, it is fantastic. And the angles that he gets on it.
Oh, well played.
Game McHugh. 4 games all, second sets.
Well, that looked very comfortable for McHugh. Almost back to his old self here.
Yeah, he doesn't look at all flustered. The scoreline doesn't bother him. As we've discussed, it is a match tiebreak, so if he wins this set, there's not a whole third set to go. He'd probably back himself in a match tiebreak as well, being the more experienced player.
He might do. I'd say there's a little bit of a way to go yet. Punished. Patton punished for going the wrong way, I think. I mean, easy to say that after the event. But I think Patton, when he came in here, if he could have perhaps played up the other side, might have stood a better chance. But having said that, well played McHugh.
He'll sense the opportunity at 4-all.
Up. 15 all.
I've been impressed with Patton's serving.
Just hasn't been consistent enough, has it?
No, when he needs to, he's managed to get a good serve in, but this could have been a lot easier if he was serving like that all the way through.
Yep. 30, 15. First serve.
careless from Patton. That's rather strange, actually. The first shot after the serve, he seemed to be sort of just with his feet planted in the middle of the court.
Very loose that last shot there.
30 all, 4 all. It works for him every time. Not necessarily first time. Had a second bite of the cherry.
Well, you do know that
Look
McHugh is going to chase everything down.
Made it look so easy.
Patton. Patton leads 5 games to 4, second set, and by 1 set to love.
Oh, that was a super passing shot from Patton. So much acceleration on it. McHugh not able to get anywhere near it. And McHugh has a little job on his hands now. He needs to work out just how he's going to prevent Patton closing out this match. With the McHugh serve, if that's firing, it gives him a good chance of extending it.
We've seen a bit of a mixture though. We've seen McHugh serving very well, as we did in his last service game, but before that he had struggled on a few of his service games and obviously has been broken.
Now some deep breathing going on there. He's been made to work very hard in the last few games. Patton giving him the runaround.
Well, despite the fitness levels that he's worked on during lockdown, it definitely will start to take its toll after playing for a few weeks and back-to-back on consecutive days.
The semi-final lineup in the women's event has been completed. Lily Miyazaki will take on Holly Staff, and Emma Wilson is through to take on Grace Piper in the other semi-final.
Looking forward to those semi-finals tomorrow.
Yeah, those will be great matches.
A lot of teenagers doing very well on the
youngsters,
women's side of the draw.
The young'uns, they're doing well, aren't they? So, big time here for Aidan McHugh, serving now to stay in the match.
Love 15.
Look at that clenched fist from Patton. That
Tiny little shows of emotion from Patton.
tiny show, but a big point.
Love 30.
Aidan McHugh being forced into those corners and then trying to hit the corners as well himself. And the danger of knowing how close he is to going out of this is just everything is a little bit more forced at the moment.
What's up?
Oh dear. That's just exactly 100% what he did not want. And that sets up 3 match points
Yeah, sort of felt
for
that
Henry Patton.
Sort of felt that was coming, that double fault as well. Just the hesitancy in the serve of McHugh suddenly in this game.
Well played, McHugh. Lives to fight another day.
Trying to get himself a bit of energy there, chasing the ball.
It's been a curious match in many ways,
It
hasn't it?
has, yeah, it has. It wasn't quite what I was expecting it to be.
Yeah, well played.
30-40.
His heart must be in his mouth a bit playing these shots right now, McHugh.
The way he runs round that forehand every time he can.
Yeah, well, he plays that shot so well. Still match point to Henry Patton. That's a great serve from McHugh. Double fault a couple of points ago, and then pretty much an ace down the line there. Gives him a little breather. Back to deuce now. 2 match points saved. And this will put Patton under a little bit of pressure now, because he'll have sensed a couple of wasted opportunities from his point of view. Yes.
Advantage,
Yeah.
McHugh.
This is where we were discussing the mental side of the game being more important than the rankings. McHugh, the higher ranked player by quite a long way here. If he can hold his nerve, hold on to his serve here, then it does put the pressure on Patton.
Yeah, Patton made no effort to get into that rally, having retrieved that serve, but it's a game point to McHugh.
Deuce.
And that was not good enough from McHugh. He knew what he wanted to do. He didn't quite execute that shot as well as he should have done.
No, it was signalled far too much, wasn't it? It was ballooned. It really needed to be stopped a bit better. And he's got long levers, hasn't he? Good reach, Henry Patton. Difficult to get past at the net. Back to deuce. Oh, and that's just gone wide.
Advantage, Patton.
Can't afford that. Really can't. He may be punished here, McHugh. It's a 3rd match point. Needs a big serve here, Aidan McHugh. Oh, that's superbly well played.
Deuce.
That's a terrific effort from Aidan McHugh.
He really is being made to run so much during this match. But a great finish at the end of that one.
I mean, this really is a battle for survival, isn't it?
And after some fantastic backhands as well, which pushed Patton out, right out onto the other side of the court.
So that's a third match point saved, and in style, back to deuce. Oh, well played, McHugh.
It could start to play a little bit on Patton's mind, those match points disappearing, particularly if McHugh now holds on to this game.
Yeah, Patton nowhere there. He's not holding back, is he, McHugh?
No, it's not his style. I think he wants to be more aggressive, and he's trying to do that.
A point for 5-all here. Well, that is really showing tremendous character. And McHugh saves 3 match points in that service game. And while he'll be delighted and relieved, Patton will be furious with himself for not taking those opportunities.
Definitely, and I think it also becomes a much more mental game now, despite Patton having the first set to his credit. 5-all in the second set, and having lost those match points is a difficult place to be.
15 left.
She says as he aces.
I can never quite tell because the consistency just hasn't been there, but we'll see what happens next.
He'll prove my point if he double faults. Not that I'm wishing that on him, obviously.
Yeah, of course.
Fault.
McHugh moving right in for this. McHugh playing some little mind games with his opponent, isn't he?
So far out for the first serve, you couldn't even see him on the camera, and then stepping right in for the second serve.
And then back again. So he's trying to distract his opponent.
Not a bad tactic at this point.
Oh.
Yep.
Interesting.
15-30.
Patton, you can hear the racket being thrown to the ground in despair. Mustn't let it get to him. He's still very much in this match. He's taken the first set. He's seen a few match point opportunities slip by, though. That could well be getting to him here.
Yeah, the frustration shouldn't be creeping in too much, despite those match points that he's lost.
Fault.
Oh,
Well,
that's a wrong footer if ever I saw one.
Perfectly displayed wrong footer. Yeah. Hope he's got strong ankles. Switching from side to side so much in tennis.
He goes after everything, doesn't he, McHugh?
He's a scamperer, yeah.
He really is. You can't take anything away from him for effort. So 5-all, 30-all in this second set. Patton serving, leading by a set to love.
40-30. Game.
That's a
Patton.
great serve.
Patton leads 6 games to 5, second set, and by 1 set to love.
So Patton holds then, and McHugh will be looking to come out and force the second set tiebreak. Then who knows where will.
Well, Patton starting and ending that game with an ace, which I think just shows how calm he might be compared to where I thought he might be mentally, considering he had dropped those match points.
I'm not sure how calm he is, actually. I've just sensed quite a lot of frustration in there. It's just that he's not displaying it necessarily.
He definitely holds his emotions inside compared to McHugh.
But he's seen those 3 match points slip away, and that will bug him. Still a little bit of movement in those trees, but the breeze not as menacing as it has been, but it really caused some problems for the players yesterday.
Certainly one of the things that players have been mentioning they've had to get used to, again, is the conditions of being particularly outside compared to indoors. I think a lot of the players have been playing indoors in the last few weeks. I think McHugh was one of those who mentioned that it's much slower, the surface out here on the outdoor courts, compared to some of the indoor courts that they've been playing on the UK Pro Series. So from week to week, having to change surfaces in order to get some practice in.
Yes, indeed. And maybe they'd prefer the opportunity of playing indoors tomorrow if there is some rain. So here's McHugh, once again serving to stay in the match.
Yep.
That's a waste.
Love 15.
Well, he set up exactly what he wanted and then fluffed it.
Fault. Love 30.
A cracking return from Patton. Made that look so easy. 2 points away.
Fault.
Come on.
15-30.
Hitting his head, telling himself to think pattern at the end of that point that goes into the net. At that point, knowing that you could have had match point again as well.
Yeah, we've given him another 3. He was hanging on in here. Oh, that really is a bit of a gift. McHugh being a little sloppy, and he's given his opponent another couple of chances. 15-40. 2 more match points. He's already had 3. He's seen go by. So match point number 4. Terrific response
30-40.
from McHugh.
Does know when to step up his game, McHugh. It's just a bit strange we're not seeing it throughout each game.
He seems pretty nerveless, doesn't he?
Yes, I don't really think that he gets that nervous.
Still match point though, for the 5th time. What a tremendous serve.
All about playing the big points, as we discussed at the very start of this match when it comes to the different levels of experience between players.
I mean, if you can fire that sort of serve down at will, you shouldn't have too many problems. The problem is that you can't always do that. for Patton to see a 5th match point passing by. Might begin to get to him.
Yeah,
Advantage, McHugh.
particularly if we get to the point of two tie breaks to finish off this match,
Yes, it could come down to that, couldn't it?
then I think Patton's mental focus will be very important.
They'll be tested, that's for sure. So a point here for McHugh to take it into a tiebreak. Oh, well played. And that took everyone by surprise.
He's quite casual with that forehand, but it works brilliantly.
Deuce. Oh, that's good play.
Advantage, Patton.
Oh, the wrong footer yet again from Patton. McHugh left scrabbling. So it sets up match point number 6 for Hugh Patton. How many more chances is he going to need?
I think that face tells you that he's thinking the same thing right now. Another match point. This time, he really does have to take it.
You would think so.
We don't want to be going into tie breaks now, after all of these match points.
That's not what McHugh's thinking.
Fault.
Smart serving, as he's mentioned. McHugh really thinking about where he's serving on every point.
Another match point passes by.
Patton's lift of his head to the sky tells you that he is thinking the same thing, not another one.
Well, you're going to run out of opportunities, aren't you, at some stage, as you say, that if you get 6 attempts and you're still not getting over the line.
Fault.
And it all feeds into Aidan McHugh's confidence as well,
Yes.
particularly if we get to a match tiebreak set. Not a set,
Advantage, McHugh.
you know what I mean. Match tiebreak.
I know what you mean. Oh, looks like we could be closing in on that, with McHugh now with a chance again to hold here for 6-all, and that would give us a standard tiebreak to conclude, to decide this second set. I feel we're a bit of a way from even that just yet.
Fault.
Oh, dear, dear, dear.
Deuce.
I think you're right.
It is the mental game now, isn't it?
It absolutely is. And we thought it might come down to this in the end, because there doesn't seem to be that much between them on the tennis front. It's a battle of wills now.
What a dipping return from
Advantage Patton.
Hugh Patton. Henry Patton, I'm sorry.
So low over the net from Patton. Oh, that made it an impossible shot for McHugh to get back.
Tiny margins if you're going to play a shot like that. So, Henry, a 7th opportunity to win this match. What are you going to do about it? What's Aidan McHugh going to do about it?
Let's for serve. Let's for serve.
Nervy, nervy.
Very nervy.
False.
Oh, that's too good.
Set a match. Patton.
What a terrific point to finish it on.
7-5, 7-5.
And Henry Patton wins at the 7th time of asking. He takes it in straight sets. But McHugh, well, he was on the ropes at the end there, but so nearly causing more problems for Patton, who looks incredibly relieved to have got through that one. A terrific point to finish on. McHugh scampering around the baseline, which is done so well all match. He had that shoulder problem, which caused a long delay early in the 2nd set. So McHugh, the number 2 seed, is out at the hands of the left-hander Henry Patton, who had a number of opportunities to close things out here and very nearly regretting missing those chances. A terrific match in many ways. Both those players with so much to offer. You just feel with a little more consistency in their games, they could really be onto a good thing here. So Henry Patton is through. He'll meet Barnaby Smith in the semi-finals, who came through against Sean Hodkin a little bit earlier on out here. Next up on court will be Lloyd Glasspool, the number 1 seed. He's up against Vijay Prasanth. Charles Broom and Dan Little are in action at the moment on court 1. So Henry Patton makes his way over. We'll hear from him in a moment as he talks to Carthy.
Congratulations, that felt like a hard-fought match. How are you feeling after that?
Yeah, pretty exhausted. I knew it was going to be a tough one today, you know. Played Aidan a few times and he makes you work hard for every point, really. So I knew it was going to be a tough one, and then obviously at the end it just seemed to go on forever. So yeah.
Mentally, how were you preparing for each of those match points when they came?
Well, by the 3rd or 4th I was just hoping he wasn't going to ace me again, to be honest. I mean, no, I was just trying to tell myself if I get a chance, then just to play my game as well as I can. But yeah, he was serving pretty big there.
What have you been working on during lockdown to try and help you when you came back onto court, and has it helped?
Not much, really. No, so I live in Manningtree, which is like a small town, and haven't been able to play, really. So these events have been really helpful for me to get back into it, and yeah, starting to play some better tennis, which is good.
You've got Barnaby Smith in the semi-finals. How do you find his game, and how do you match up?
Yeah, so he's in college in the US as well. I finished there a year ago, so I know him fairly well. He's going to make me hit a lot of balls. It'll probably be another long one. So yeah, just try and recover as much as possible tonight, and then go from there.
I'm sure you need to sit down after that. Thanks very much. See you in the semi-finals.
Thanks a lot.
Welcome back. We're ready for our fourth and final match of day two here. Day two, week 4 of the LTA British Tour and the return to elite competition here at the LTA's National Tennis Centre in Roehampton in southwest London. And here on the left of screen is Vijay Sundar Prasanth. He's up against the #1 seed, Lloyd Glasspool. And Darren Michaels, the umpire, just explaining things to them. This for a place in the semi-finals here. And quite an interesting age gap between these two. Prasanth by far the senior player here in this lineup, at 33 years old. I knew Glasspool's no spring chicken at 26. Alongside me, Abigail Johnson. What do you think of this matchup, Abigail?
Yeah, it's an interesting one because we've seen a lot of young players out here today. All 4 of the women on centre court earlier were in their teens. Aidan McHugh and Henry Patton, each pretty young. And then we've got the 2 senior players now to close the day, so maybe they'll show them how it's done. We'll see.
Yeah, we saw Lloyd Glasspool in action yesterday. And he came through not totally straightforwardly in his match up against Isaac Stout. 3-6, 6-3 and then 10-7 in the match tiebreak. For Vijay, well, it was a 3-6, 6-3, 10-8 win for him over George Houghton. So both of these players with hard-fought first-round wins here. Lloyd Glasspool, I was saying yesterday, he reminded me quite a lot of Dan Evans. I then went out to interview him, and he sounded exactly like Dan Evans. They're great mates, in fact, from similar parts of the world. So 26 years old, ranked 455. He's been as high as 282 in the world. 13 titles to his name on the Futures Tour. Far prefers playing doubles, much more at home in the doubles game than he is on singles. So you'll see him probably wanting to come into the net a lot, as he did in yesterday's match, if he's allowed to. As for Vijay from Chennai in India, as I said, 33 years old. He's been as high as 335 in the world. Currently a little below that, but hasn't played a huge amount of tennis either. Been playing mostly doubles this year. Made a couple of quarterfinals during that time.
I think the fact that both of these two have played a lot of doubles could make for an interesting matchup and clash of game styles here, because we've seen Glasspool a lot likes to move in on the singles court, and then Prashanth will be no stranger to having a target at the net, so that could make for a close contest, and pretty sure this is an opponent that Glasspool won't be too familiar with, so that adds an interesting element to the clash.
It does indeed. Darren Michaels will have the job of calling some pretty tight line calls, I would think, today. They're doing a cracking job here, these umpires, because it's really not easy. No support from any kind of line judges. There's no electronic line calling either, no Hawkeye. You may see Hawkeye cameras around, but they're not for us. They're for Jamie Murray's best Battle of the Brits team tennis tournament, which gets underway next week.
It does indeed, and they've been busy on those Hawkeye cameras throughout the day. I've seen them gradually going up, so hopefully the players haven't been too distracted by that as it builds up around them.
No, they've timed their building very, very well, sort of changes of ends and the like. So yes, a lot of cables have been laid. It's people busily going about their work behind the scenes to get this all happening. It's been a real hive of activity, the National Tennis Centre, over the past few weeks, with all this return to competition.
Final match consists of 2 tie-break sets.
Darren Michaels just reminding the players, 2 tie-break sets and then a match tie-break if it's needed. And that is, of course, to 10.
Not so common in the singles game usually, the 10-point match tie-break, but very much played in doubles, so something that these two will be very familiar with.
Won the toss and chose to receive.
Okay. Yes, that's true. If they get there, it'll be interesting to see how they equip themselves on a match tie-break. So, Glasspool, I think, was it Glasspool who won the toss and is elected to receive? Didn't quite hear that.
I didn't, yeah, I should shut my mouth sometimes and listen instead.
No, I don't. It was no more you than me, I think, talking over Darren Michaels.
It's interesting, though, it's not the first time that a player has chosen to receive today, and we've noticed over the past couple of days a lot of players having trouble with the serve, a lot of double faults, and the winds and the breeze that picks up. I mean, we're like stuck records. We mention it time and time again, but it is really difficult serving conditions, and you know, the toss for it right the way through. So maybe there's an element of that in the opting to receive to begin.
Yeah, maybe it's playing a little bit of mind games as well with your opponent. I don't know. I mean, if you're a big confident server, you'd think you'd want to get on the scoreboard very quickly by confident opening service game.
But then again, I guess if you break right off the bat and then you're able to quickly consolidate with that big serve, that's even better to get the 2-love advantage. So you can look at it both ways, I guess.
Yeah, in the women's game, it's probably more prevalent, is it, to elect to receive?
Yeah, I would think so, because the big servers in the men's game are huge servers, and that's one heck of a weapon. So yeah, you don't see it quite so much in the women's game.
So Prashanth at 33, I mean, it's no age really, but when you think of some of the players here at 16 or 17.
Yeah, they make him look senior.
Yeah. The old man of the tournament. But Lloyd Glasspool here, he's the #1 seed. He will have seen his #2 seed, Aidan McHugh, fall by the wayside, so that may improve his aims.
Not a great day for #2 seeds out in both the women's and the men's on centre court.
Yeah, Victoria Allen going out earlier, quite convincingly too.
Yeah, she never really found her range, but her opponent, Grace Piper, won the tournament here last week, and she's been in superb form, so she was just on the ball straight off the bat.
What sort of game did she play, Grace Piper?
Very fluid, crisp, flat ground strokes, and
serve.
she was just finding the baseline, finding the corners, really confident, really focused.
So Prasanth to serve, get this last quarter-final underway.
Out. 15 love. Love.
Nicely done, VJ. Going behind the opponent.
Yeah, it was great. You could see his momentum already headed off down the other side of the court. Nicely followed through.
Mm-hmm.
40 love.
This is interesting to see. VJ's opponent from yesterday described him as a great hustler, good slice, really solid, and he returned well, made a lot of balls. But we can see that behind a big first serve, he's very confident moving in and dictating as well. So looks like he's a pretty good all-rounder, which doubles has probably helped with.
Yeah, it's such a good form of the game, isn't it, for developing all areas of a player's game, not to mention quick reaction skills too.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of players, I feel, when they're at tournaments, they do use the doubles event for extra match practice and for testing out the different elements of their game and improving. It's really beneficial, and a lot of players singles as their main aim and their main focus, so they can relax a bit more on the doubles court as well.
First game.
So VJ holds to get the match underway. He looks a very relaxed player on court, doesn't he, VJ?
Yeah, just strolling along. Yeah, very confident hold to kick things off. And Glasspool, I noticed, played 2 straight weeks at the event in St George's Hill the last couple of weeks, which is intense. The players there have to compete every single day of the week.
Yeah, seven matches, isn't it?
Yeah, 7 matches. So he's had 2 straight weeks of that leading into this. Would have had a few days off prior to this 4th week of British Tour launching.
He was kind of strolling his way back already, thinking about serving for the next point, I think, Glasspool. I think had he been slightly more on it, he might have had a chance of getting back into that rally.
I don't know. I think he knew at that point with Prasanth on the approach, he was not going to get a volley into the court. So his best bet was to move back, but he hadn't quite moved back enough.
It's a bit like watching a doubles match with only 2 players, which is kind of what we're going to get, I think.
Loves it.
Having played as much as he did, Glasspool, it can have different effects. I mean, it can make him, you know, eased into his match practice and really confident, really comfortable, or he can maybe be feeling it a bit because he's been playing so much.
Love 40.
And the conditions outdoors here at NTC, very different to the indoor hard courts of the UK Pro Series. And, you know, he didn't have his best match in his opener, and I wonder if that's just the process of adjusting.
Yeah, he didn't seem overjoyed even with the win
No.
yesterday with his performance. Interesting rally.
Yeah,
Quite an
Prashant.
interesting return as well from Prashant, who sort of pushed the ball back rather than
Prashant leads 2 games to love first set.
swinging through it.
Yeah, I think he's probably gathered from those first couple of points in that game that Glasspool is having a little bit of a slow start here, and if he could just make him play, then the error was likely to come, which it did eventually. I wonder if Glasspool's still a little asleep because he had to sit by the court for about half an hour while Aidan McHugh and Henry Passon finished off, so maybe he just needs to shake his legs and get going a little bit. It was a long sit down.
Let for set. Fault.
Yeah, it's always a difficult thing in
50.
tennis, isn't it? Knowing how long, you never quite know. If you're not the first match on, you never really know when you are going to be on and how you spend your time during that build-up to your match, to your walk-on time.
Yeah, exactly. I think several players often have to warm up a few times.
Also, when do you eat?
Love 30.
I'm not asking you when you
Yeah,
eat, but when
no.
as a player, when you come, how you space things out, because
Yeah.
you just don't know when you're going to be walking out onto court yourself.
Yeah, I was talking to some of the players about that last night, actually, and they were saying that they hate having a midday match because then it messes with their lunchtime schedule, and they have to think about when they've eaten their breakfast and what they do for an evening meal, and yeah, it's one match takes over your whole day.
Faults.
Oh,
Out. Love 40.
Felt he could have done a bit more with that. Glasspool with the slice approach straight to Prashant. He was in position and probably went for just a bit too much off that.
Fault.
we've got the return of the late afternoon sunshine again. That'll play havoc with the player who's got the sun in their eyes.
Ball. Game.
Well, that may be VJ's excuse for letting that one slip by.
Left
That's
leads 2 games to 1 first set.
consecutive breaks in consecutive games there.
A little bit disappointing from Prashant, a couple of double faults in there to lose it to Love after really an impressive start from him in the first couple of games.
Yeah, he was looking very good, VJ, early on. That was a really sloppy service game from him, though. Glasspool will be grateful for the chance to get on the scoreboard. I was wondering where I'd seen Prasanth before, and then reading through his notes, I realised that it was quite an extraordinary event.
All right.
In Turkmenistan. I was actually out there doing the English-speaking announcing for the tennis to an audience who didn't speak English.
No
There was
way.
very little point in my being there. But he was the star. He was the star of the tournament. The Indian team generally were by far the best team out there.
Okay.
It was the Indoor Asian Games back in 2017, and Prasanth won both the singles and the doubles gold medal.
And you were there?
I was there.
Well, reunited at the National Tennis Centre.
Out.
Yeah, I can't wait to catch up with him. Not that we got to meet, of course, but I feel I know him. I feel like he's an old friend.
Wow. How random is that?
Do you know, the whole event was pretty random. It was an extraordinary event. The
15 all.
the Turkmenistan public, I don't think had ever seen tennis before.
Really? Wow.
No, their reactions were extraordinary. They would applaud a fault. They would stand up and cheer for a double fault. Just whenever a point stopped, the reactions were just bizarre.
Sounds amazing.
The apart from the umpire,
15-30.
even the officials didn't seem too sure of the rules. Certainly not the ball kids, who seemed that they were supposed to just run across the net at random, regardless of whether there was a ball there or indeed if there was a point being played.
Oh my word. It sounds a lot like what people want tennis to be. I think people would like tennis to be a little more raucous. And
It was certainly lively.
40-30.
brilliant forehands. Watch this, that comes back so high and he takes it right from the top of the bounce.
Not everyone can play that shot.
Out. Deuce.
First use of the match. No, I'm longing to ask VJ what he made of that event, actually.
Out. Advantage Glasspool.
Oh, well played.
Glasspool.
That's really lovely play from Glasspool, moving straight in behind his serve to play that winner at the net. The doubles in him.
Yeah, you can see how comfortable he is. A lot of players have struggled with that kind of shot, moving in, momentum carrying them forward, and then the ball dipping below the height of the net. But he was so comfortable, just changed his racket face, held still, and got the job done. I think sometimes players can be too worried about accurate positioning, and sometimes you just need your instinct and just to kind of do what comes naturally.
Oh, no.
15 love.
Yeah, the other extraordinary thing about it was in Ashgabat in Turkmenistan
Okay.
was the facility. It was like they were staging the Olympic Games. The venues were stunning.
Wow.
Absolutely stunning. Somehow they had Olympic money put into it. And there were Olympic rings everywhere, which you can't display unless it's an Olympic sanctioned event. So it was all quite extraordinary. This is cruel, making the old man run. Oh. Well, that's that rally kind of started a second time, didn't it?
Oh, what a rally. Halfway through, I started thinking it was like two people casually playing at a park. You know, usually players are too tight to go for all those different kinds of shots, but
Yeah,
really entertaining.
really entertaining. I don't want VJ to be worn out, though, because I want this match to be to go the distance, because I think we've got potentially a very entertaining match on our hands here.
Fault.
Oh,
15-30.
pinpoint perfect.
You're so good with that cross-court forehand, just brushes up the back of it.
Oh, bad luck. Great serve, great return.
30 all.
Yeah, I thought Prashanth almost hadn't put enough on that wrong footer. Thought it was going to be made to pay, but Glasspool just thrown off balance enough, didn't have the positioning around the backhand.
Fault.
Oh, no.
30,
Just
40.
a little flat-footed on that shot, maybe caught on the baseline.
Well, Glasspool was right on top of the return, drilled it deep. He's going to have to do a bit more with this first serve if he wants to fend him off. A little bit limp.
Yeah, that's a good word.
It's funny because some of his forehands have been blistering, and then once or twice, everything's just completely disappeared.
We saw that a bit yesterday, actually, with Glasspool.
It's the kind of thing that can be the thing that holds them back on the journey up the rankings. There are these little things that are the differentiating factors.
Fault. Advantage Glasspool.
A chance for another break here then for Lloyd Glasspool.
You can see whether on serve or return, his focus is always, how can I move into that net? And when you're thinking about moving forwards, that helps the depth of your ground strokes as well.
It didn't look totally on balance actually with that smash, VJ.
I thought he was going to follow all the way through to the floor.
Yes. Yeah.
Came down heavily on that right foot.
He did. Yeah, maybe it just checked in the wind slightly. Back to deuce.
Out. Advantage Prashant.
I think the percent serve doesn't look as if it's got a whole lot on it, but actually I'm wondering if it's a different kettle of fish when you're facing it. I think there probably is something quite a bit going on with that serve.
Mm.
Fault. Deuce.
Yeah, the other thing in Ashgabat, tell me when you've heard enough.
No, I had many questions left to ask actually, so do carry on.
So they had a monorail, which
Okay.
it was all built totally from scratch. Absolutely, it was an Olympic village or city almost, built from scratch with a monorail which serviced all of accommodation and all the various sporting arenas. Unbelievable. Oh, that would have been a corker.
Advantage Glasspool.
Well, that was one of the closest shots, that forehand midway through the rally, to being out, that I'm pretty sure it did actually clip the sideline. That must only have caught a millimetre of the line from Glasspool. He wasn't holding back in that rally.
Good line calling by the umpire. Darren Michaels. Oh, and again, so close.
Oh, he was so quick up to that, but
Glasspool leads 3 games to
Glasspool
2.
really holding
First set.
firm at the net, and the moment he saw his ground stroke go deep, he was straight up behind it, no hesitation. And there's
Yeah.
the advantage.
Indeed. And you can see I think you can sense also that VJ is keen to come into the net, but just isn't being allowed to at the moment, not being given that many opportunities.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's going to struggle more on the return to come in, particularly because Glasspool, I think, has the more firepower of the two and dictates a lot more in that regard.
But he hasn't been far away with a couple of those shots,
So
VJ.
close.
Really close, but close, no cigar. Counts for nothing. So Glasspool serving with another break at 3-2.
Love.
This Asian Games,
Yes.
was it a one-off? Because I want to go to one now.
Yeah, it's the Asian Indoor Games, because there
Okay.
is also an Asian Games.
Oh, right,
and there's
okay.
also a Southeast Asia Games, which I think is another one that VJ was pretty successful at, actually.
Right.
Yeah, back in 2016, he won doubles gold in the South Asian Games with Ramkuna Ramanathan.
Left. Second serve.
Yes, if there is another one, I shall tell you, because it's just like no other event I've ever been to.
Sounds like something straight out of a book.
Out.
One of the events was gaming,
30 love.
so there was
Oh, yeah.
electronic gaming.
That's becoming more and more popular, isn't it?
Yeah, I think this might have been a first even. Yeah, I'll bring up some more stuff
40 love.
as and when. As Glasspool looks very dominant actually here. Has he got a little side strain, I wonder? I saw him just a little tweak maybe.
Yeah, he's definitely holding
Yeah,
onto something.
with all the tennis he's been playing, maybe that's no surprise.
No.
Oh no. And he certainly didn't seem to put as much into that first serve either.
I was thinking the same thing. He definitely took some pace off. Interesting miss on the final shot there. Not something he would usually
No,
falter on.
no, he's definitely off pace here. I think it's going to be another visit from the trainer. He's already been busy out there today, looking after Aidan McHugh. He had a long medical timeout during his match, just previous to this, against Henry Patton.
Out.
He's just rolling them in, isn't he? Glasspool at the moment.
Yeah, opting for that slice, and 3 times now he's brought the unforced error off it, so...
Oh,
Oh,
lovely tennis.
Advantage Prashant.
it's a shame for Glasspool because that ball clipped the net and he did really well to adjust and actually get it back, but it just sat up for Prashant
Yeah,
afterwards.
just there. Yeah, didn't he do well?
Didn't break stride though, Prashant. Really good stuff.
Oh, lovely.
It's more like it.
Beautiful touch play at the net. It's so lovely to see. You know, when you got the power from the back of the court, the player working their way in, those delicate shots.
Advantage Prashant.
I wonder if Glasspool will call the trainer at the next change.
Have to play another game after this one.
Yes.
Left.
There's nothing on that first serve at all, is there?
Nope.
Out. Deuce.
And he puts himself through more
Yes.
by keeping this game going.
Exactly.
to resort to the underarm serve, though. Haven't seen any of them at British Tour.
That is an option, isn't it? Often frowned on, but totally legitimate.
I guess with the standard of returns here, you don't want to resort to that option.
Well, it can be a winning serve in its own right, can't it?
Out.
Oh, just long from Prashanth.
Advantage glass ball.
Yeah, Kyrgios has used it to good effect on a couple of times against Rafa Nadal, hasn't he? When Rafa has been standing right back against the backstop.
Yeah, that's when it's strategically really good.
Oh, that's a cracking shot. I mean, that may look easy, but it just is not. You've got to be so accurate with that kind of shot.
Yeah, great touch. If we watch this back, he brushed it from so high as well, up above the height of his shoulder. Amazing, so far back, and yet it just dropped acutely at the last moment.
I feel, though, that he's resorting to these shots because he's being forced to, because of this side strain, which we think he might have. That's a really good hold from Lloyd Glasspool in style.
Fault.
Not that time.
He's been trying it a fair bit, just pulling him off balance, drawing the errors.
I like VJ's colour scheme.
Yeah.
Good colours. Really nice. Oh, a squirrel's just walking across our footpath in front of our commentary position. Looking very nonchalant.
Yeah,
as well.
so casual.
Yeah.
That was brilliant retrieving from
Really
Glasspool. So far off the side of the court. A perfect choice of shot to get back in play. And just giving a little touch to finish off. It can be so tempting to go for more on those finishing shots, but that was all that was needed.
Indeed. So 15 all.
Fault. Fault. 15-30.
The thing with the double faults that we've been seeing, they come at the most random times. Usually when there are double faults in matches is, you know, break points towards the back end of games, and, you know, we've seen them on first points of games, middle of games. It really has been pretty strange.
30 all. Fault. .40.
That's a clever shot.
Well, he's still looking pretty comfortable on the forehand, even in that previous service game where he seemed to struggle. It was when he got onto the forehand wing that he seemed a lot more comfortable and found his stride. Great depth on that shot.
So it's another break point opportunity here for Lloyd Glasspool.
Out.
Oh, far away, but a really good flat return from Lloyd Glasspool.
Leads 5 games to 2 first set.
And another break of serve as well.
Well, if he was going to call the physio before, I'm not sure he will now. He seemed much different in that previous game.
Yeah.
Maybe it was a stitch. They are pretty annoying things, you know.
Yeah, they really are, aren't they? Maybe it was just that. But he was definitely holding off on his first serve.
Yeah,
wasn't
I
he?
think so.
Well, let's hope it's nothing more serious than that. We was told you had to touch your toes several times if you had a stitch. That would get rid of it. Not sure if it ever did.
Well, I've never tried that one. I guess I'll
Haven't
give it
you?
a go next time. No, haven't heard that one.
So Glasspool in a very strong position, serving to take this first set at 5-2.
Out. Love 15. Fault. Out. 15 all.
Oh,
30.
what a strange point. A very unusual tactics from VJ. Don't remember him playing those in Ashgabat.
No, it's yeah, it was a pretty casual rally, I thought.
Yes.
Fault.
Yeah, the ball toss is straight into the sun. Nice play from Glasspool, because it was a good dipping backhand return from VJ.
Yeah, it was. He got him well. And that was a good approach shot, actually, keeping it really low, getting the high ball off the back of it.
T30.
That's meat and drink, isn't it? That kind of ball for Glasspool to deal with. Set point. Oh, that's gone wide.
First set, Glass.
Oh, I think we're all
Yeah.
a little bit surprised by that. aren't we?
Particularly Prashanth, who stood there with his hands on his hips. He's now pointing at the mark. Yeah, I think I saw the gap between the ball and that one, but it's that far sideline is the toughest to call for those umpires.
Yeah, and the umpire is looking straight into the sun. It's not going to make any difference, VJ. I'm afraid the call has been made. But my sympathies do go out to him, actually. It did look wide, but
Yeah, I'm not sure it was that wide, but certainly wide, I think. Unfortunately, once the umpires made their call, you know, at this point he can't change his mind on
No.
it just because the players come with a different opinion. They have to stick with what they've said. I'm surprised that Lloyd didn't see that wide, and maybe he did and just
Fair point. Fair
rolled
point.
with it.
Yeah. Oh. I wonder if the squirrel's gone up that tree. Every chance, I'd have thought, wouldn't you?
Potentially. Yeah, where else is that to go?
Yeah, right. So let's have a look at some of these stats. Yeah, very expensive 4 double faults for Prashant. Those came early on. Also the first serves, very superior figures from Lloyd Glasspool.
Yeah, came through whatever that little blip was partway through
Yeah,
on the serve.
interesting to see if that returns or whether it stays away. Let's hope the latter. So I just heard the rattle of ball tins. I think maybe VJ will be serving new balls here.
Set. Prashant to set.
No, he hasn't held them up.
Out. 15 love.
Because I'm not sure the new ball change is as it would normally be. It certainly wasn't last week on the Progress Tour.
No, I think it differs as to which tournament you're at as well. Sometimes it's every 9 games, sometimes it's every 7.
And they're playing with 6 balls here. Progress Tour, they were only playing with 4. Oh, that's well played. That's such...
15 all.
I mean, that's just not an easy shot to play. But he makes it look so easy, Glasspool.
Yeah, he looks incredibly comfortable with it, just changing his racket face and getting below the ball, scooping it over pretty much.
Yeah. Really nicely played. Here's a really good shot of it. I think he's slightly in 2 minds. He had considered going cross-court, I think, VJ, and then the slight uncertainty forced the error.
A little bit wasted. Glasspool had started that rally well with the deep return and then following up with a heavy forehand, and Prashant had really done well to get himself on the front foot and put himself in the winning position.
Well, 15-40.
Double fault again, doing him no favours.
It's a real waste, isn't it? I mean, I know that's stating the obvious, but it is. It's such an unnecessary waste of points. He played that so off balance when he hit that forehand.
Yeah, I think
This game is
Glasspool is
seconds.
putting the pressure on him to keep up the depth, because he's obviously looking to attack and move in, and therefore the depth of shot is definitely required, and just a touch long on that occasion.
He's from Chennai originally, VJ, recently moved to High Wycombe. I bet that's quite a change, from Chennai to High Wycombe. He trains at the Delgado Academy. That's Jamie's place, I guess.
Jamie Delgado.
I didn't realise he had an academy.
Well, you learn something new every day.
Oh no.
15 love.
Nice try. Not executed quite well enough from Prashant.
Yeah, he had to do something to change it up. When it comes to baseline exchanges between these two, Glasspool's ground strokes have the edge. They have a little bit more bite on them. And didn't look like he was going to break apart at all during that one.
Oh, not quite.
15 all.
Well, it's a beautiful light now at this stage of the early evening, but I'm sure it can be a little bit troublesome for the server at the far end.
Yeah, I would think so. Can't see the ball when you look up at the toss.
No. Yeah, that'd be at VJ's end as he is now. Oh. Not up, the umpire called.
Ready, 50.
And Glasspool had seen it off anyway.
It was a great effort. I think a lot of players would have stopped in their tracks when they saw that drop shot coming over because it was well executed, but gave it a good go.
He did. I wonder how many more times Glasspool will be able to get away with that. He's done it. He's played it to good effect a couple of times now.
Great wide serve, biting into the far sideline, and obviously his intentions were to serve and volley there, come straight in, and that helps when getting a nice deep serve in play.
Yeah, it can set up so much, can't it? A good deep serve. Send you on your way.
Oh, he didn't need that one.
That's so cruel. I was chuckling throughout the rally because terrific return of serve from VJ, which had a lot of pace on it. And then his next shot, he just took all the pace off it, and we just had a little knock-up on our hands.
Oh, it's interesting, this one, the changes in pace in the rallies, and you never quite know what's coming next. The unpredictability of it is quite intriguing. We've seen quite a few dead net chords here.
Yeah. That's good play from VJ.
15 love.
Hasn't had too many opportunities to do that.
No, it took us back really to the first game. That's what he did so impressively when he held pretty smoothly to be the first man on the board. But Glasspool's been so good with his depth of shot and digging in early that those kind of approaches have been difficult to make.
Fault. Ready, love. Fault. Let's see, 15. Out.
Very loose shot from Prashanth. Squirrel's just gone back the other way.
I was going to mention.
Well, he's got something in his mouth. Sorry, this is very unfair on the public because they can't see the viewers, but he's picked something up, the old squirrel. He's probably going to go and bury it somewhere. Oh, what a retrieval.
T30.
Wasn't far off making it over the net from Lloyd Glasspool, but well played, Prashanth.
Yeah, great control, and on that kind of point, when you're executing the 1-2 punch, you have to so much just focus on your side of the net. If you give any kind of attention to the player on the run at the back of the court, that's going to distract you, and it's probably not going to end well. So good focus just to finish that off.
Out again. Prashant, new balls, please.
Terrific serve
Last ball leads
from
2 games to
Prashanth.
1. Second set, and by 1 set, Tiller.
And great retrieval too from Lloyd Glasspool, but Prashanth at last getting himself on the scoreboard here. It's been a while since he's won a game. In fact, not since the second game of the match.
Wow. Well, it has been that long. Yeah, he showed a little bit more intensity, I feel, in that game. And it's easier when you're on serve, you know, and you can land that big first serve. And probably he struggled on the return because Glasspool's looking to move in and to impose himself. But we got a little bit of a different look at his game there, something that we saw earlier in the match when he was more successful, actually. At times, maybe he's looked casual. I'm sure it's not felt casual, but, you know, he has looked almost a little bit too laid back. And, yeah, it would be good to see a bit more of that sustained intensity.
Yes, I absolutely agree. That's what it does look like, doesn't it? He did very well there. Went to collect all the balls, hand them to the umpire. So it's change of balls now. So how many games have we had? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Was there a change in the first set?
If there was,
Time.
then I missed it.
That's one way of delivering the new balls, isn't it?
Just toss them out.
Chuck them on court.
Well, no ball kids to carry them around, so
right.
what else do you do?
Don't ball kids do a stunning job?
Yeah.
I actually spend some of my time on a match just watching how disciplined they are. Absolutely brilliant. You very, very rarely see a fumble or a fall or a trip.
Yeah, and I think when you don't have them, it shows that there's something that you can take for granted. You know,
Yeah.
they do so much on the court.
They're so well drilled.
15, love.
I mean, the training is almost military, but I think they
Oh
love
yeah,
it.
they
really
all have
enjoy
to do
it.
their training sessions before they undertake it.
Yeah.
30, love.
I think in this country in particular, I think they're absolutely, you know, they are astonishingly good. And their understanding of the game obviously has to be tip-top.
Yeah,
You
of
get a
course.
tie break, which end you're going to be delivering the balls.
Out. 40, love.
Yes, he does look a little bit like he's not that bothered, Vijay. I'm sure that's not the case.
Some players just have that demeanour. I would say Lloyd Glasspool himself is a little bit like that. So comfortable with moving in that sometimes it looks like a little stroll to the net.
Net, first set.
Oh, that's a beauty. Played from behind his back from Vijay. A little trick shot there. And it was in. Oh
Out.
dear.
40, 15.
Now, Vijay actually caught the eye back in 2015 when he beat fellow Indian Yuki Bambry, who was a Davis Cup player, at the Aircall Chennai Open, which was a big upset at the time.
Yeah, I'm sure.
40, 30.
I've always said, you know, with these players, I mean, Prashanth ranked in the thousands, I think, at the moment, but the level is there all the way down. It's about the consistency.
Game, last ball.
Play Glasspool.
Really well picked up. Great control.
Last ball leads 3 games to 1, second set.
He slowed down to pick that one up. So essential to have that balance and control when you're moving in.
Yeah. Yeah, it'd be very easy to get that one wrong. But he's increasing his lead here now. Glasspool at 3-1, leading by a set to love. Oh, yes.
Brilliant lift.
15.
And that's really effective. Often we talk about the need to keep the passes low, but with Prashant's positioning in the court there, you can see he's too far over to the left-hand side, so to get the height on that kept it away from him.
Love 30.
That is really well played from Glasspool. The change-up with going from the deep drive to the drop shot was good, but then he was ready again, back into his ready position to take on the ball when it came back. So important to play the points out and not expect it to be over and be handed to you.
Love 40.
Yeah, I think Prashant might be just feeling it in his legs a bit because he's really been given the runaround here by Lloyd Glasspool.
He did have a long one in his match yesterday, and it was his first recorded match, I think, since March. So it's been a bit of a break for him from match play.
Out.
Oh, not by much.
Game Glasspool.
Doesn't matter. It's still out. So Glasspool
Glasspool
extends
leads
his
4
lead
games to 1,
still
second
further.
set, and by 1 set to love.
It's another break of serve, and Glasspool, you feel, is well on his way here.
Yeah, I think so. If he can consolidate here, that's a really comfortable position. And just with the way Prashant is playing, you know, he's entertained, he's mixed it up, but I don't think he necessarily has the intensity to come back from a double break down here. If he was going to make the comeback, he'd really have to try something a bit different, maybe take the ball earlier and try a bit harder to find ways to move into the court, because at the moment it's all Lloyd Glasspool at that net.
It really is, isn't it? I'll just give you another cheeky Ashgabat fact.
Yeah, go on.
There was a heck of a lot of security out there.
Okay.
And certainly in the tennis venue, and I'm sure every single venue, there was a bulletproof seating area for the president of the country.
Right.
It was immense, and he never came to watch the tennis.
Oh, really?
Oh, well played, Glasspool.
15 love.
He really is in total control here.
Yeah, even as he staggered to get that one, he
Yeah.
was so much under control. And straight back on his feet.
And the buildings were all marble-faced. Beautiful, beautiful buildings. Oh dear. Well, actually, it doesn't matter too much with the lead he's got at the moment. But yeah, so the all brand new, and you just wonder when it's ever going to be used again. It's really, really strange.
Well, maybe you can go and live there, because it sounds like you miss it.
Well, it's only seeing old Veej out here just now that it's brought it all back to me.
Yeah, it really is fascinating.
It's extraordinary.
That was such a great backhand from Glasspool, just so flat.
Out. 15.
And you do just feel like he's eased into cruise control here.
It very much has that feel about it, doesn't it?
Out. 40-30. Ball. Deuce.
Since I made that previous comment,
Well, when you're that far ahead and perhaps your opponent isn't playing with quite the same intensity, it's inevitable that your own game is probably going to drop away a bit, isn't it?
it's easy to get either complacent or to think too far ahead and feel like, you know, the finish line is pretty much there, pretty much crossed it. Oh.
Advantage Prashant.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
okay,
hello.
so I was waiting for the call on that one.
Well, as was Lloyd Glasspool. So maybe he's given Prashant one back from from earlier on in the match.
This is true, actually. That's a leveler. For Glasspool, it's unfortunate that it comes at this moment, but it was on set point for Prashant, so
Yeah.
pretty brutal.
Oh,
What a way to respond.
absolutely extraordinary.
Chucks the racket in desperation just to see if he can get it to connect with the ball, but to no avail. And that was, do you know what, a good move from Glasspool. He showed, you know, that he didn't agree with the call, but then he just got straight back to business and delivered a killer shot, and that's what you've got to do. Don't expend energy.
Yeah, some players,
Advantage Glasspool.
it helps them a bit actually to expend that energy and get a bit worked up, and you know, it makes them a little bit more explosive.
Yeah, it depends. You know, sometimes you can frustrate yourself and work yourself up. Other times, you know, you can relieve tightness, actually. And it's, one coach called it to me, what did he say it was? Emotional management or something he called
yeah.
it. Yeah. He said, have you ever heard of that? I said, no. He explained it. And I said, oh, no, I do know that. I just didn't know it by that term.
Game Glasspool.
That really,
Leads 5 games to 1 second set.
that really kicked up. Was a difficult one for Vijay to play high up on his backhand side. And Glasspool really not far off now. It's a long, long way back for Vijay. Especially with the way he's been serving.
Okay, with this one on this side.
Umpire just making Vijay aware of some loose balls that could prove troublesome. So, yeah, Vijay now serving to stay in this match.
Now. 15 love.
Come on, Vij, let's see a bit of urgency in your game. Let's get a hold of serve here. Make a bit of a match of it.
Let first serve.
An interesting return from Lloyd,
30 love.
spooning it back to his opponent.
Ball.
Ooh.
Out.
Well, he took that one early and straight to the feet, so there wasn't the angle to play with for Prashanth.
Oh, that's a terrific point from Vijay.
40-15.
I thought Glasspool had that one in his trademark way, but Vijay not giving up.
Yeah, that was really well done. Glasspool did a terrific half volley in there. He barely bounced against the floor before he got it back over, but completely committed all the way through that. Prashanth really earned the win.
He really did. Terrific work rate.
Out.
Oh, just wide.
40-30.
There's a good early return again from Lloyd Glasspool to the feet of his opponent.
Yeah, absolutely. That is such an effective return to take the angle away, particularly when Prashanth is trying to finish these points a bit quicker now, looking to use the 1-2 punch where possible. It makes it really difficult.
Oh, no. That's a really sloppy shot from Prashanth. He was in a good position here in this service game. Now deuce.
Taking it in turns here.
Yes. You never know, though, do you? You don't know quite what he's been faced with there. Was there some kind of kick, some kind of spin on that second serve that we couldn't?
I think you are being generous on this occasion.
A bit kind.
Game Prashanth.
Well,
Glasspool leads 5-2, second set. And by 1 set to
Prashanth doubles his score in this second set. It's been hard work. He worked well there. He worked very hard to get that game.
Yeah, he might just be prolonging the inevitable here, but he could so easily have let it go there, and he didn't, so credit to him. And, well, what can he do in this return game? I think he needs to maybe just think about his positioning, you know, change that up a bit, try and get in Lloyd Glasspool's head, maybe, and try and rattle him, because at the moment, Glasspool looking pretty secure on that serve.
Yes, indeed. The winner of this will play Charles Broom, who came through against Daniel Little a short while ago, 6-3, 6-3.
I think he's sat having a look at this one now, Charles.
Is he?
Yeah, he's been sat courtside, just watching on.
Very good. Attention to detail could help him. He beat the number 4 seed in the first round, Joshua Paris, Charles Broom.
Paris has been in good form as well, so that's a great win for him.
So here is Glasspool then, serving for a place in the semi-finals to face Charles Broom. That is a little lazy from Prashanth. A loose shot.
Yeah, loose is the word. It's just not quite tight enough all the way through.
15-all.
I think they've each had their fair share of those. You know, in a different scenario, maybe Glasspool would have been penalised a bit more for some of his errors out here, but so far it's been enough. Terrific change up though.
He's so good at that, isn't he? He knows just the right time to do it, and yeah, VJ was rocking back on his heels behind the baseline when he decided to take off.
Yeah, it's all about choosing the moment, but Glasspool as well gets those drop shots so close to the net, which is not easy to do.
No.
Ready all.
Getting the ball to the wrong side of the net on that occasion.
Out. 40-30.
And that gives Glasspool match point for a place in the semi-finals here.
Game, set, match, Glasspool. 2 sets to love, 6-2, 6-2.
Well, a pretty emphatic win in the end for the #1 seed as they touch rackets at the end of what was a very entertaining match. And Glasspool, I'm sure, will be happy to have come through a slightly quicker match there. Didn't have to work overly hard. We thought it maybe was suffering from a side strain early on, but it could well have been a stitch, as Abigail was saying, because he seemed to recover pretty swiftly. Didn't ask for the trainer, but already had the trainer on court for a very long injury timeout earlier in the day from Aidan McHugh in the previous match. So Lloyd Glasspool is through there as we just see the second set stats there. Look at those first serve stats from Glasspool. 85 first serves in, winning 23 of those. For Prasanth, it was 57 and 13. Yeah, Glasspool really more solid in all departments. So Prasanth goes home, which is a shame because I think he's an entertaining player. I'd love to see more of him in action here. And for Lloyd Glasspool, he now gets the honour of talking to Abigail Johnson.
Lloyd, congratulations on winning through to the semi-finals. What do you think were the keys to coming through today?
I think I returned pretty well, put a lot of returns in court, and I was just kind of in every single point, whether I was serving or returning, and I was playing better from the back, building to his backhand. So I just thought tactically it was pretty good as well.
You've been playing a lot of tennis over at St George's Hill. What's it like going from playing indoors to the conditions here at NTC?
It's a bit more forgiving. Like, if you don't hit as good a shot there, you've got a better chance of getting the next one back, so you can kind of use your legs a little bit more. But obviously it's a lot longer and you need to be fitter to play outside.
You've come back to playing a lot of matches after having a bit of a break. Are you feeling the fatigue at all or going okay?
Body's pretty beat up right now, yeah, definitely.
Well, you've still potentially got a couple more matches to come,
Yep.
and next up is Charles Broome, who I believe you played recently. What are you expecting from that match?
It'll be a really tough match. I played him indoors last week, but he's better outdoors. Yeah, it's going to be really tough. I have to play well to get through that.
Well, congrats on today, and we'll see you in the semis. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers, Lloyd.
So Lloyd Glasspool does his very convincing Dan Evans impression, and a great win too, with a lot of style and panache. He's through to the semi-finals, whereas Abigail was saying he faces Charles Broome. The other semi-final in the men's were between Barnaby Smith, who came in as a late replacement for Ben Jones, and he's up against Henry Patton, who put out the #2 seed Aidan McHugh today. And in the women's semi-finals, the #1 seed Lily Mazaki will take on Holly Staff, and Emma Wilson will face Grace Piper. So those semi-finals will be played tomorrow. A play gets underway here tomorrow a little earlier than the usual, 10 o'clock in the morning for play tomorrow. So we'll have all the coverage here, remember, across the BBC Sport digital platforms and the LTA Facebook and YouTube channels. Hope you'll be able to join us for that. Thank you very much for your company today. In the meantime, from the LTA National Tennis Centre here at Roehampton, very good evening.